Well, of course you don't come. So
this is why I gotta
I know where you live.
I'm the baby or whatever you want to call me and the youngest. I could be the most opinionated, but I'm not the worst on the planet because I always come back for y'all. I always come back for them to help them.
You know, I always tell you the truth, and I hear you, and I know it's not easy, but you gotta try to figure out. And again, I don't know the answer. I don't know the path forward or how to get to a resolution or resolve. It's just, but you can't keep putting yourself through all of it.
Tamar jumps into this episode and she's straight up emotional, saying her own sisters don't even vibe with her like that. She basically admits that she feels pushed out the circle, like they don't see her as real family anymore, and that hits heavy.
Tamar coming?
No, she's not coming to my wedding.
She's not coming to the wedding?
No, she's not.
Are you sure?
I'm so positive.
What do we think about her behavior? The other day.
I think
It was unacceptable.
entirely unacceptable.
I was pretty upset at myself for allowing a situation to affect me that way. I get it. Certain things, even as sisters, I wouldn't necessarily spew out.
Those words weren't slipped out by accident. She said it with her chest, and you can feel how long she's been holding that in. She talks about how the energy between them is off, like she's the odd one out every time she walks into the room. And even though she's hurting, she still says she wants to fix things, which shows she's not giving up on this bond. She's not shutting the door. She's not throwing shade for fun. She's genuinely trying to pull the family back together. But here's the wild part. Why does she even feel this disconnected in the first place? What happened behind closed doors that got her feeling like she's standing outside her own house, knocking to be let in? If her sisters really care, wouldn't they show it? And if they do care, then what's blocking them from showing love the same way she's asking for it?
So Tamar sits down with, I believe the lady she's speaking with, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe her name is Taz. She expressed emotions on pretty much working things out with her sisters, being able to sit down, work it out. She's ready, as long as they're ready, open, and willing. But what I learned is during that time, we know that.
So now I gotta ask you, do you think her sisters actually want to deal with her, or are they keeping her at arm's length for a reason? And if they do want a relationship, then why is Tamar carrying this heavy feeling that she's not part of the sisterhood anymore? So Tamar sits down with this lady, and if I'm not mistaken, her name is Taz, and she's really opening up about wanting to fix things with her sisters. She's talking from the heart, saying she's willing to sit down, talk it out, and finally put all this tension to rest as long as everybody else is open and ready too.
The show is filmed in advance, but Towanda and her husband did a live, and it looks like they had a whole bunch to say about Tamar. So although Tamar is feeling like she may want to, to reconcile, it doesn't seem like Towanda wants to reconcile with Tamar at all.
Like Cantor Simmons, shouts out to Cantor Simmons. He's one of my best men. The faces of who and the realities of relationships fade away, and then you start to be more attracted to the frequency that you are on. And I'm not out here looking for what looks nice. I'm not out here looking for what smells nice or what feels nice. I'm looking for what is frequency nice. So I don't care about none of that anything. If you're not matching that, I will pour into you my extra, but I'm not putting myself at a deficit or letting you like sap all my good energy, make me sad, make me upset, have me engaging in triggers and all of that, and talking down about people or talking gossiping or calling people like they name or fighting or any of that. I ain't doing it, bruh.
Nope.
I ain't doing it.
Myself. Yep.
I don't care who you are.
Yep.
I don't care if you my mama, my sister, my twin, Jesus. It don't matter.
Yeah.
She's not running from the smoke. She's saying, I'm here. Let's deal with it. And that takes guts. But here's where it gets messy. Even though Tamar is ready to settle things, the timing of everything tells a different story. We all know the show is filmed ahead of time, but while these scenes were playing out, Towanda and her husband went live online and they had a whole lot to say about Tamar. That wasn't some quiet little side comment. They were speaking loud and clear, and it didn't sound like love at all.
I ain't spending 2 seconds on that junk. And I love you and I mean it. I wish the best for you. I hope you find all the happiness in your life. But everybody at this house, them 2 kids and that woman upstairs that I'm responsible for, we not plugging into that. I don't care what it is.
Nope. We're not plugging. We're not pouring. We're not entertaining. We're not doing any of that. And what people need to understand is it's not our responsibility to nurture your triggers. That's no one's responsibility but yours.
Facts.
Period.
Yep.
We're not coddling anything other than peace, happiness, and joy. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. And if you can't vibrate up, then you have to vibrate out.
That's it. And here's the thing. This is not coming from a place of hate, meanness. I will speak for myself. I sincerely, from the core of who I am, hope that every spirit, soul on this earth finds their purpose, finds their passion, finds the people that support them, finds the people that encourages them, that cheerleads for them, and that they can do that for everyone else in their circle and be led by their source.
Right.
That's what I want for everybody.
Right.
I just do. And ain't nothing you gonna do gonna change that. But what I have control over, me, and what I will allow in my space, in my home, on my phone, in my car, like I have a choice to make there.
Yeah.
And that choice is love. That choice is peace. I've tried before. I've tried to pull people. I've tried to be like, hey, let me show you. I'm not doing that. And she ain't doing it either. We love you. We rather look towards the hills from what's coming our hill.
Come on now. Come on, honey.
It's Good Friday.
So while Tamara's out here says she wants peace, it looks like Towanda isn't matching that energy one bit. It really doesn't seem like she's trying to reconcile or sit at any table with Tamar, and that's a huge red flag for anyone hoping this family would work things out soon. The vibe is off, the tone is cold, and the divide is looking deeper than what Tamar even realized. And when the episode shows Tamar breaking down, you can tell this isn't some dramatic moment for cameras. She's genuinely hurt. She says straight up, they don't like me, and she's in tears while explaining how all these issues didn't just pop up yesterday. They've been going on for a long time. It's like she's carrying years of feeling pushed aside, ignored, or misunderstood, and it finally hit her too hard to keep it inside. This whole situation is getting heavy fast. So now the real question kicks in. What's the actual solution here? Because Tamar cannot keep putting herself through the same hurt over and over again like this. At some point, you got to stop walking into the same fire, expecting it not to burn you again, and that's exactly the kind of emotional cycle she's trapped in. From what the show revealed, one thing is crystal clear. Towanda does not mess with Tamar, and it shows every time her name comes up. Whatever the root of the drama is, it's been boiling for years. There were those allegations that Tamar used Towanda's credit card to cover a phone bill, and that's the type of thing that sticks with family even if both sides tell the story differently. Then there was the whole situation where Towanda lent her money and Tamar turned around acting like it was a gift. That moment alone caused a huge crack in their bond. And let's not forget the drama where Towanda told everyone Tamar didn't show up, even though she had actually uninvited her. That's wild. That kind of move hits deep because it twists the narrative and leaves Tamar looking wrong when she wasn't even given a fair chance. These aren't small disagreements. These are the type of moments that break trust permanently. So even though Tamar is out here crying saying she wants to fix things, Towanda is given a completely different energy. During that live with her husband, she made it very clear, without naming names, that she's not babysitting grown people's behavior, and the tone was obviously aimed at Tamar. She wasn't hinting, she was straight up saying she does not want to deal with her. And the biggest shock? Even with Tamar showing she wants peace, Towanda still hit her with a loud and clear no, especially when it came to her wedding. She practically said, "Don't let this lady come to my wedding." And that's not a soft boundary, that's a hard block. This shows the damage between them is way deeper than what we're seeing on screen. And now, here's where things really take a turn, because while Tamar is sitting there wanting peace, wanting closeness, wanting that sister bond back, the energy she's getting from the other side is icy. It's like she's reaching out her hand and they're stepping back every time. That kind of tension doesn't happen overnight. That's years of hurt piled up with nobody cleaning up the mess. And when Towanda made it clear she didn't want Tamar at her wedding, that wasn't just a small not today moment, that was a straight up message. Weddings are supposed to be family events, right? If you block your own sister from stepping foot in the building, that means things have gone way past petty arguments or small misunderstandings. It means trust is broken, feelings have been bruised, and nobody's trying to fix the cracks. But here's the part that hits even harder. Tamara's confused because she's still trying. She's emotional, she's open, she's saying she wants resolution, yet she's standing alone while her sisters move like she's the problem every time. That kind of rejection hits the soul, and you could see it in her face when she talked about not being liked. She wasn't putting on a show, she was speaking from a place of real pain. So now we're all left wondering what went down behind closed doors that made this bond crumble like this. How do sisters get to a place where one is crying for connection and the others are setting up boundaries strong enough to keep her out of major life moments? This drama is getting deeper by the second. And now we reach the heavy question everyone's been circling around. If Tamara's out here crying for unity, but her sisters are shutting the door every time she knocks, what does that really say about where this family stands? It's like Tamara's fighting for a seat at a table that her own sisters keep pulling away from her. And that kind of emotional tug of war can break anyone down. Tamar keeps saying she doesn't feel loved, doesn't feel wanted, doesn't feel included, and honestly, her tears told the whole story without her even needing to explain it. You could see it in her voice, her body language, everything. This isn't drama for cameras. This is someone who's been carrying hurt for way too long. And when someone reaches that level of pain, it means the problems didn't start yesterday. This has been building for years. Meanwhile, her sisters move like they're done trying, done talking, done giving chances. They act like there's no space left for healing, no room for a fresh start, and no interest in meeting her halfway. And when a family hits that point where one person is begging for reconciliation and the others are acting like the bridge is already burned, that's when you know the history between them has layers we still haven't seen. So now the real question is, can this family ever find their way back to each other, or is the divide too deep to repair? Is Tamar chasing a bond that her sisters checked out of a long time ago? And if things keep going like this, what happens next for them as a whole? If you're into wild celeb family drama like this, make sure you hit subscribe to JuicyReel because trust me, the next stories are going to be just as explosive.
Listen, I have a question. Who put out that horrible, terrible, bad rumor that y'all broke up? Who did that?
Your sister.
Toni Braxton just broke her silence. And she didn't hold back. All those wild rumors about Birdman and the cash money empire, she finally addressed them, and the truth is darker than anyone expected.
Toni Braxton?
Right, I don't believe they got married. I think that's a lie. The reason why I think it's a lie because Stella not gonna do nothing without Slim being there or Slim knowing something about it.
Birdman's entire empire, once dripping in luxury and diamonds, is now being linked to strange rituals and twisted energy that's eating him alive. And guess what? Toni might have just confirmed it without even meaning to. For years, people looked at Toni and Birdman like a mystery wrapped in money, the R&B queen and the street mogul. Everyone thought it was some odd fairy tale, but behind those red carpets and private jets was something way more dangerous.
Weird to me when I got the cash money, it was the weirdest thing. I know they had all these artists on the label.
Right.
So I get to the label and then all of a sudden, they let all the artists go, all the other artists go.
Toni didn't fall for Birdman's flash. She fell into his world, a world that looked glamorous from the outside, but felt cursed once you stepped in. When she walked away, It wasn't because she was done loving him. It was because she'd seen too much. That sparkle turned sinister fast, and all that talk about their secret marriage, it wasn't a rumor anymore. It was real. Paperwork was moving behind the scenes, and people close to them were whispering that something went seriously wrong right after they said, "I do." 2 weeks later, the internet blew up. Toni was on social media calling it all cap, scrubbing every trace of their union like she was running from something bigger than heartbreak. That wasn't just denial. That was self-defense. She wasn't dodging embarrassment. She was cutting ties before the darkness pulled her down too. And now those old whispers about what really happens inside Cash Money, they're getting louder, way louder. People been whispering about strange late-night meetings and shady moves inside Cash Money for years. And now, those stories sound a lot more real. Artists like Juvenile been warning about it forever, saying weird things happen behind closed doors that don't add up. And Toni Braxton, she saw it firsthand. She looked that side of Birdman's world right in the face, and it scared her more than any disease ever could. Toni's been through it all. Lupus, heart surgery, near-death scares. She's a survivor. But this was different. It wasn't a medical battle. It was spiritual warfare. She realized she wasn't just dealing with a man. She was dealing with an energy that could drag her straight down if she stayed too close. So she made her move quick, wiped her socials clean, erased their connection, and threw herself back into music and self-care. That wasn't a breakup. That was an escape plan. While Toni was glowing up and getting her strength back, Birdman's whole vibe started falling apart. Cameras started catching him looking off. There's footage of him literally dozing off during shows, slumped in his chair like his body was shutting down. Fans said he looked sick, like something was draining him from the inside. Some joked he was the Black Joe Biden, saying he could barely stay awake. But behind those jokes was real concern. Ever since that Hot Boys reunion tour, clips been flooding social media, Birdman standing under bright lights, eyes rolling, losing focus, mid-sentence, while the crowd looks confused. People in the audience were whispering, "Yo, is he okay?" Some swore it looked like seizures, others said it was a bad relapse. Either way, the man didn't look like himself. Those videos spread like wildfire, faster than his team could cover up. Suddenly, it looked like the empire he built off power and control was starting to crumble right in front of everyone. His closest people tried to quiet it down, but the internet had already seen too much. Not long after the rumors exploded, BG jumped on camera, cracking up like it was all a joke. He said, "Man, Birdman ain't high. He just can't read the teleprompter," and laughed it off like everything was business as usual. According to him, Birdman was fine, no health issues, no relapse, just bad lighting and a little exhaustion. And that's the same story everyone in Birdman's circle keeps repeating. He's good, just tired. But come on, not everyone's buying that. Maybe they're protecting the boss, or maybe they're scared to say what's really going on. Because when you see those clips, Birdman half conscious under the lights, mumbling while the crowd stares. It's hard to believe it's just fatigue. It looked like something way deeper, like the life he built was finally taking its toll. Some folks online even said, "That ain't lean, that's karma catching up." And honestly, it's hard to argue. Just think about it. How many artists from that empire have faded away, lost their shine, or straight up disappeared? Big names, once on top of the world, now ghosts in the game. It's like Cash Money drained the life out of people, one deal at a time. Every fallen career, every silenced voice feels like another piece of that empire's soul slipping away. So let's be real. Toni Braxton didn't just leave a man, she escaped a machine, a system that looked golden from the outside, but was rotting on the inside. Birdman's name been tied to the word ritual for years, but people got it twisted. Nobody's talking about candles or pentagrams. The real rituals were about power, loyalty, and total control. That's how the game was played. You gave your soul to the label, and the label decided what you were worth. From the outside, Cash Money looked like a music label, but once you peek behind that glossy image, it moved like a secret society, one that demanded silence, obedience, and sacrifice. Cash Money moved like a secret society, Straight up. Every new artist had to prove they were loyal before they could even dream of rocking that diamond-studded logo on their chain. It wasn't just business. It was initiation. Think about it. The infamous kiss on the lips, calling him daddy, the matching tattoos. None of that was random or playful. Those were pledges, silent promises that said, "You're mine now." Once you signed that contract, you didn't just join a label, you joined a system that demanded loyalty every single day. Birdman ran his empire like a ritual. He made the routine look like a flex, showing off his cars, stacking cash on camera, tossing chains like golden crowns. But nothing in that world came for free. Every gift came with a message attached. This came from me. Don't forget who put you here. It was Loyalty Theater, a performance where every artist had to play their part or risk losing it all, and the ones who didn't play along, they vanished from the story real quick. Groups like UNLV stopped being mentioned. Names like Kilo G faded into silence. Some even whispered that Kilo's death wasn't random, that he paid the price for speaking out. That's when people started realizing this wasn't about business anymore. This was control, dressed up as family. Then came Lil Wayne, the golden child, who finally pushed back. When he started questioning the money, the contracts, and the so-called family structure, everything cracked open. That's when the mask started slipping. The fairy tale turned into a power struggle. Fans online began piecing it together, saying, "Yo, this ain't no occult ritual. This is a loyalty trap." See, people love to hype Cash Money like it's some dark secret cult, but the truth is colder than that. Birdman didn't need magic. He had manipulation. His rituals weren't about candles and symbols. They were about control, obedience, and ego. The real sacrifices weren't goats or blood. They were freedom, independence, and identity. And Birdman pulled that same move so many times that it stopped being business. It became belief. Even if it was fake, people started treating him like he was untouchable. That's how deep the mind game ran. A kingdom built not on talent, but on fear and loyalty. That's the world Toni Braxton walked straight into. A world where everyone froze the second Birdman stepped in the room. The air changed when he arrived, like people were scared to even breathe wrong. For Toni, that didn't feel like love. It felt like a warning. Around him, respect looked more like worship, and Toni wasn't built for that. She'd already fought through lupus, heartbreak, and the music industry itself just to keep her peace. No way she was about to let any man, no matter how powerful, take control of her soul. So she did the only thing a strong woman could do. She broke the spell and walked away. And that's when the whole Birdman aura started falling apart. The power, the mystery, the boss image. It all started to look fragile. That short, secret marriage between Toni and Birdman became the first domino in his downfall. Sure, they'd gone public back in 2016, flashing smiles and luxury like a power couple, but behind the glam, everything was cracking. When they secretly tied the knot last year, fans thought it was the start of a new chapter, but the honeymoon didn't even last a week. Just 2 days after the ceremony, Toni filed for divorce, calling it an irretrievably broken union. That's not heartbreak. That's someone escaping the trap. She later withdrew the petition in January 2025, probably trying to handle things quietly. But by mid-2025, their social media told the whole story. Every photo gone, every post deleted. The silence said it all. The love story was over for good. Then Birdman did what Birdman always does. He went online and started firing shots. He accused Toni of using him for money, called her a gold digger, and even claimed she pawned her engagement ring while demanding $160 million payout. That's when the drama exploded. Blogs lit up, gossip pages ran wild, and reaction live streams turned it into a cultural circus. Suddenly, everyone was choosing sides, some defending Toni as a survivor of a toxic empire, others riding for Birdman like he was the one betrayed. It turned into a loyalty war, split right down the middle. The R&B world versus the hip-hop kingdom. And for the first time, Birdman wasn't controlling the story. The internet was. Birdman's reputation took a major hit after that split, and it hit different depending on where you looked. In R&B and pop circles, he got painted as cold and manipulative, the kind of man who treats love like a business deal. But in the trap and southern rap scene, his never back down attitude only made him look more like a boss. People said, "That's Birdman. He don't fold for nobody." His image stayed powerful in the streets, but his credibility outside hip-hop, it started to crumble. Financially, he managed to dodge big losses since Toni's divorce filings got tossed out. But the damage wasn't just about money. Toni had the public's sympathy at first. Fans saw her as the woman who escaped a controlling empire. But when that $160 million claim dropped and talk of a missing $5 million ring surfaced, the internet flipped the script. Suddenly, old headlines about Toni's bankruptcies started making the rounds again, and a few brands quietly hit pause on sponsorships. Still, the scandal brought her name roaring back into the spotlight. Streams for her classic hits shot up overnight, and her documentary work about women's financial independence started getting fresh love. In a strange way, the chaos gave her career a second wind. Proof that even heartbreak can turn into power when you own your story. Meanwhile, over at Cash Money, things weren't looking smooth either. The feud exposed deep cracks inside the empire. Birdman's shaky relationships with legacy artists, producers, and mid-tier acts finally came to light, especially the ones still tied to Lil Wayne's Young Money. They started freezing collabs and distancing themselves from anything stamped with Birdman's name once the feud blew up online. But Birdman being Birdman, he flipped the drama into hustle. He used the controversy as promo fuel for rich gangs' releases, turning every headline and live stream debate into free marketing. He knew how to spin attention into profit, but even with the streams up, the respect was gone. When the dust finally settled, Birdman still had the keys to Cash Money, but not the heart of the culture anymore. His empire was intact, but his legacy felt hollow. Toni, on the other hand, walked away with empathy, momentum, and her dignity, even if some skeptics still whispered that her timing was just a little too perfect. The old Cash Money alliance, gone for good. The brotherhood that once ruled Southern hip-hop finally cracked under the weight of greed and secrets. And when people talk about money, they're not just talking about hits and platinum chains. They're talking about the dark financial rituals that kept Cash Money spinning for decades. Even Jada Kiss couldn't resist taking a jab at it on stage, laughing, "I love Bird's money." But everybody knew there was truth hiding in that joke. No one can deny what Cash Money did for the culture. They shaped Southern hip-hop, brought a whole new sound to the world, and built an empire of hits. But behind the champagne toasts and private jets, the business was a maze of manipulation. The fancy cars, the designer fits, the mansions, all props in a show designed to keep artists chasing a dream they could never fully own. For years, the label was run like a pyramid, every artist owing more than they made, every deal written to keep Birdman on top. Dozens of artists said their advances never really came, or came as recoupable debts that they could never escape. No transparency, no freedom, just confusion and contracts built for control. Even legends got caught in the web. T.I.'s $10 million lawsuit exposed just how deep the trap went. His teenage contract had one lawyer repping both him and the label. That's a setup if there ever was one. A total conflict of interest that guaranteed every deal leaned straight in Cash Money's favor. And then came Lil Wayne's war, the battle that pulled the curtain all the way back. His 2017 lawsuit accused Cash Money and Universal of doing business behind his back, playing games with his streaming money and publishing rights. They allegedly twisted numbers, delayed payments, and forced him into a corner until he finally settled for less than he earned. Just like Suge Knight ran death row out west, Birdman had his own version down south. All power, no mercy, and no exit once you signed that dotted line. Birdman had a genius and ruthless way of keeping control. He'd flash the cash, the cars, the ice, but those weren't just flexes. They were payments, symbolic offerings meant to keep his artists locked in, even after the spotlight faded. It wasn't real freedom. It was a golden cage. Those flashy gifts said, "You're rich because of me, so don't ever forget it." And behind those glittering chains and Bugattis, the real deal was buried in contracts that nobody could fully understand. See, back in 1998, Cash Money signed that legendary deal with Universal, the infamous 80-20 profit split that changed the game forever. Sounds great for the label, right? Because it was. That deal became Birdman's blueprint. He copied that same model for every artist that came through. It was loyalty by contract, and it kept him sitting on top while his artists chased checks that never arrived. Masters, almost never owned by the performers. Royalties, so foggy that even accountants gave up trying to trace them. Birdman used to brag, Universal never owned nothing. And technically, he was right, but it also meant nobody else did either. Even the people who helped him rise, like Wendy Day, the same woman who negotiated that first Universal deal, said she never saw the money she was promised. And Birdman's cold-blooded catchphrase became legendary in industry circles. Sue me. When I gotta pay you, you'll get paid. That line alone told you everything about how he ran business. Eventually, Universal stepped in, again. Not to fix the problem, but to protect their own. They started covering Cash Money's debts in exchange for tighter control over distribution. That move flipped unpaid royalties into corporate leverage, turning the artist's missing money into bargaining chips. Insiders later started calling it ghost royalties, money that should have gone to the people making the hits, but instead got funneled up the ladder into silent power plays. Inside that empire, loyalty bought you Lambos, jewelry, private jets, and front row treatment. But the minute you stepped out of line, your career went ice cold. Late checks, shelved albums, ghosted calls, even quiet blacklisting. Meanwhile, the public still saw the illusion. The helicopters, the mansion shoots, the Stuna Island lifestyle, all part of the myth that Cash Money was unstoppable. But behind that myth was a machine straight out of the medieval era. One ruler, total control, and everyone else fighting to keep their spot at the table. Birdman and Slim ran Cash Money like kings on a throne. Nobody made a move without their blessing. The younger generation, like Jacquet and others under the label, showed almost blind loyalty. They pledged allegiance for life, even though most of them had zero real control. These weren't mystical rituals or secret spells. This was something scarier. Habits built over decades that weaponized money to keep power locked at the top. It was proof that behind all the shine and bling, the system was never about family. It was about control. But power like that always cracks eventually. And 2025 was the year the empire started to shake. Some of the biggest names in Cash Money began making silent moves behind Birdman's back. Quiet, strategic, but loud enough for anyone paying attention. The tension inside the camp was boiling. Some artists were flexing, showing they didn't need the label anymore, while others stayed quiet, scared to lose their spot. But one thing was clear. Everybody had an agenda. Lil Wayne, the heart of the brand, the one who helped build Cash Money's golden era, made it crystal clear. He was done pretending. His old beef with Birdman had been cooling for years, but this time, the heat came back full blast. During the Hot Boys reunion tour, Birdman tried to hype up the crowd mid-speech, and Wayne straight up walked off stage with the crew, leaving him hanging in front of thousands. Cameras caught it. Clips hit the internet, and fans went wild. And that wasn't the only moment. Just weeks before that, at Lil Louisiana Fest 2025, Birdman tried to give a heartfelt shout out to his late mother, Ms. Gladys. But Wayne cut him off mid-sentence, snatching the mic and switching the topic. It was icy, public, and loud. Everyone watching knew what that meant. The forgiveness from their 2018 settlement was dead and gone. Whatever peace they made had expired. Old wounds reopened, old checks resurfaced, and old rules got broken. The so-called Cash Money family wasn't family anymore. It was a cold business war waiting to explode. Wayne was done playing nice. This was his comeback era, his time to take back control. He wasn't just rapping, he was reclaiming his legacy. Every move, every verse felt like a statement. I built this, now I'm taking it back. Meanwhile, Juvenile took a different route. He stayed cool, kept his tone classy, but fans could still feel the frustration bubbling underneath. During the Cash Money Millionaire's 30th anniversary tour, Juvenile finally let a little truth slip, calling out Birdman's own booking team for underpaying or flat out sidelining fellow hot boy Turk after more money disputes. He said it straight. It put him in a weird position, torn between loyalty to the crew and doing right by his people. By the summer, though, Juve switched up his energy, focused back on the music, channeling all that tension into his new projects. He wasn't trying to feed the drama, but everyone could tell he saw it through the game. Loyal, yes, but not blind. Then came Drake, the smoothest chess player in the room. Kendrick might have called him a snake, but the truth is, Drake's always been strategic. While everyone else was trading shots online, he stayed quiet, plotting in silence. And when he finally made his move, it hit like a bomb. His 2025 lawsuit against Universal, the very plug that handled Birdman's distribution. It wasn't personal beef, it was pure business chess. Drake was making power plays, slowly building his independence, while still dipping into the Cash Money orbit whenever it benefited him. That's smart money right there. And let's not forget Nicki Minaj, the queen who knows how to move in silence. She didn't pick sides or throw shade, but her actions said everything. While Birdman bragged in interviews about making over $2 billion off Wayne, Drake, and Nicki, claiming he'd paid them handsomely, Nicki didn't say a word. No confirmations, no denials, nothing. Just dropped her own projects through her own imprint, her own connections, not Birdman's pipeline. That's how you move like a boss, staying respected, keeping your distance, and letting your success speak for itself. While Birdman tried to flex ownership, his biggest stars were already slipping from his grip, proving that power built on control never lasts forever. Smart move, because by the end of 2025, Birdman's so-called Big Three weren't really his anymore. Lil Wayne, Juvenile, Drake, and Nicki Minaj, the very artists who built his empire, had each found their own path, and none of those roads led back to him. Wayne's public walk-offs, Juvenile's calm but pointed diplomacy, Drake's cold legal chess moves, and Nicki's silent but powerful independence, together, they painted a picture of rebellion wrapped in class. Loyalty only went so far, and every one of them finally decided to own their story. Behind the cameras, the whispers were wild. Secret lawsuits, backdoor exits, and new alliances forming in the shadows. Everyone could feel it. Something big was brewing, and one wrong move could flip the entire Cash Money universe upside down. By late 2025, the label wasn't running like a music powerhouse anymore. It was running on chaos. The studio, the tours, even the staff meetings all felt like pressure cookers ready to blow. Cash Money had turned into ground zero for hip-hop drama. The tension that used to stay locked behind closed doors started leaking into the public eye through social media rants, leaked clips, and tense moments caught on live streams. Fans couldn't look away. Every new headline was another episode in a saga that just wouldn't end. And Birdman, he was trying his hardest to hold the empire together with sheer control, micromanaging release dates, blocking collaborations, even deciding which tracks could drop and which had to stay buried. It wasn't about creativity anymore, it was about authority. The more he tried to tighten his grip, the faster the loyalty slipped away. By the end, Cash Money wasn't the shiny dynasty it once was. It was a battlefield dressed in luxury, where egos clashed louder than beats. The empire that once ran the South was now cracking under its own legend. And if you've been following this wild ride, you know this story isn't done yet. The next move could change hip-hop forever. So if you want more shocking truths, wild drama, and deep dives into the biggest scandals in the game, don't forget to hit that subscribe button to JuicyReel and stay locked in for what comes next.
What I am asking about is my child.
Do I know where you live?
Well, of course you don't come. So
Exactly.
my
So
thing,
how would I
I know
give
where
it
you
to
live because I put down your down payment.
Beautiful.
And you've been stealing from me for the past couple years on my credit.
Toni Braxton has been losing it ever since she found out that Tamar was allegedly getting too close with her man.
And not just rumors close, but crossing the line close.
But what you steal?
I don't steal anything.
You don't? You sold men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them
Oh,
a few times.
Who? What man?
You not get the lead.
Oh, bitch. Dirty, low down ass bitch.
Oh, you're such a liar. Such a liar.
Man, he said he Towanda.
You know that's a lie.
I swear
You
to
know
God.
that's a lie. Which God are you trying
to? Your man for? You think too? Don't you?
This whole situation has turned into pure chaos, and fans are saying this might be the moment that finally rips the Braxton family apart for good. Toni's reportedly furious, claiming she'll never forgive Tamar for this one, and honestly, who could blame her? It's one thing to deal with random women acting wild around your man, but your own sister? That's betrayal on a whole other level, and some wounds just don't heal. People who've been around the Braxtons say the tension in that family dinner was thick enough to cut with a knife. Everyone was whispering, and Towanda, always the one who accidentally spills the tea, dropped the mother of all bombs right in front of everyone. Toni's face froze, Tamar went silent, and you could practically feel the air leave the room. Now fans are wondering if this is really the end of the Braxton sisterhood, or if the sisters are once again pulling a setup.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Framing Tamar as the family scapegoat like they've done before. Either way, this drama's exploding, and nobody's walking away clean this time. Dinner was supposed to be calm, but with the Braxtons, that never happens. Within minutes, voices were raised and Tamar snapped, throwing shade right at Towanda. She reminded her that the only reason Towanda even has a house is because she was the one who put down the payment. Don't forget who made that happen, Tamar allegedly shouted, and the table went silent. But she didn't stop there. She hit her sister with another bomb, accusing Towanda of secretly using her credit card for years without permission.
Right.
Hey. You killed it, man. Babe, I was trying to go crazy. I wanted to
No, Tony, the was the #1 trending topic. I tried to tell him, I showed him.
Now, according to the bankruptcy papers floating around, Towanda is drowning in debt. We're talking $500,000 deep. The same paperwork shows Tamar had lent her around $35,000 for that home down payment, which makes the whole situation even messier. Tamar straight up called Towanda a thief, and honestly, fans say she might not be lying. People still remember when Towanda made headlines for allegedly stealing their mom's Social Security checks, and even Toni has accused her of taking money behind her back. Towanda clearly doesn't mind helping herself to other people's stuff, so when Tamar threw shade saying the T in her name stands for thief, it sent everyone over the edge. But here's where things flipped fast. Towanda didn't even let Tamar finish before she came for blood. She clapped back and started dragging out Tamar's own dirty secrets for everyone to hear.
So I'm 16, I'm at my aunt's house, and when I leave, I'm there for the summer, her partner decides, her husband at the time decides to start sexting me. So sexting in a sexual manner, okay? There was nothing physical that happened, absolutely nothing physical.
What came out of her mouth had Tamar spiraling, and it only got uglier from there. Towanda didn't hold back. She hit Tamar with the lowest blow imaginable. In front of everyone, she accused Tamar of being a thief too, claiming she stole Toni's man. The name of the guy was censored out in the footage for legal reasons, but fans say you could feel the tension explode through the screen.
As the years have evolved, that has turned into, it's your fault. It's turned into, you were old enough to know right from wrong. And it's turned into something physical happened and you did it. And for me, that's mind-boggling to me, because if there was something that was physical that happened, and I'm 16 years old, this makes this person a, right, you know the word, and I can't.
Whatever Towanda said, it struck deep, because Tamar's reaction was instant. Her face dropped, her eyes went wide, and then she snapped. The next few seconds were pure chaos. Tamar started screaming, knocking over drinks, and swearing up and down that Towanda was lying through her teeth. The table turned into a war zone, and everyone was frozen, trying to figure out if Towanda had just exposed the biggest Braxton family scandal ever. But in the middle of all that madness, Toni's reaction said everything. She didn't yell, she didn't move. She just sat there, completely stunned. You could see the heartbreak written all over her face after all those years of having Tamar's back, of defending her when everyone else turned away. This was the ultimate betrayal. And to make things worse, Toni realized Towanda had been sitting on that secret for years, just waiting for the perfect moment to drop it. The real twist, the other sisters apparently knew too. And none of them warned Toni. That realization broke her completely. At that dinner table, you could tell. The trust was gone. The bond was shattered. And Toni looked like she'd just lost her entire family in one night. The moment that clip hit the internet, it exploded. Within minutes, it was everywhere. TikTok, X, Instagram, you name it. People couldn't believe what they were hearing, and it instantly became the Braxtons' biggest scandal yet. Just when everyone thought this family couldn't possibly get messier, they went and outdid themselves again. The drama was hotter than ever, and the internet detectives went straight to work trying to uncover who the mystery man was that Tamar allegedly stole from Toni. Now, that bleeped out name during the episode, yeah, that only made things worse. Fans were way too nosy to let that slide, and it didn't take long before people started connecting the dots, and all arrows pointed straight at Birdman. Within hours, Birdman's name was trending, and the theories were wild. Apparently, Birdman and his Cash Money crew had just done a versus battle against No Limit, and Toni couldn't make it to support her man that night. But guess who did show up? Tamar, and she was doing the absolute most. According to clips fans posted, Tamar was running around backstage acting like Birdman's first lady, laughing, flirting, and even wiping sweat off his forehead like she was his woman. The crowd noticed, the cameras noticed, and fans online, they lost it. If you didn't know the backstory, you'd definitely think they were a couple by the way she was acting. The internet started calling her out left and right, accusing her of crossing the line, but Tamar fired back immediately, trying to clear the air. She said she was only there to hold it down for her sister Toni, saying, "'Cause she couldn't be here and she loves her husband, so I'ma hold it down for her and my brother." To make things even more confusing, Tamar later posted a video of her and Birdman on a video call with Toni, smiling, laughing, like everything was totally normal. But by then, fans weren't buying it anymore. They'd already made up their minds, and the scandal was out of control. That little video call Tamar posted didn't help her case one bit. If anything, it made people even more suspicious. But just as the Birdman drama started cooling down, a new bomb dropped that flipped everything upside down again. Turns out, Birdman might not have even been the man Towanda was talking about at that chaotic dinner. Sources started whispering that the real name bleeped out wasn't Birdman at all. It was Carrie Lewis, Toni Braxton's ex-husband. And when that detail leaked, fans went crazy. What's even messier is that this rumor didn't come out of nowhere. People had been side-eyeing Tamar over Carrie for years. As far back as 2011, blogs were already spilling tea about Tamar supposedly having an affair with Carrie to get a boost in her music career. One blogger back then even claimed Tamar was doing whatever it takes to reach fame and fortune, and that included getting close to her sister's man. But the wildest part? That same blog claimed it wasn't just Tamar playing games. It said Toni had also allegedly been involved with Vince, the man Tamar later married, before handing him off to her sister. Fans have always brushed that off as gossip, but when you look at the timeline, it's a little too convenient, right? And this isn't Tamar's first time being accused of crossing boundaries. Remember the scandal with Michael Malden, Jermaine Dupri's father? Yeah, fans still talk about that. Word was, Tamar got close to him because of his strong Hollywood connections, and that rumor alone had people dragging her online for months. So now, when folks hear that she might have gone after Carrie Lewis, they're not even shocked anymore. Just disappointed. People say Tamar's always been bold, but doing something like that to her own sister, that's a whole new level of messy. And honestly, if the rumors are true, this might explain why Toni's trust in her family has been completely shattered. Tamar's always been unpredictable. She does things just because she feels like it, no filter, no warning. And honestly, if you've been following the Braxton sisters over the years, you know their family dynamic is straight up chaotic. They act more like frenemies than blood. The tension, the shade, the secrets, it's all boiling over. There's so much bad blood between them it could sink the Titanic. Fans have even started asking if they genuinely like each other anymore, or if it's all just for the cameras. After the latest scandal blew up, the internet went wild, dragging Tamar through the dirt. People were calling her every name under the sun, saying, "Tamar, you've always been shady, and the audacity of doing this to your oldest sister." Some even said she had to be jealous of Toni's success. The comments were ruthless. It was like the whole internet turned against her overnight. But not everyone bought into the story. A bunch of fans came to Tamar's defense, swearing she'd never crossed that kind of line, especially with family. They said the whole situation smelled like a setup, that the sisters purposely dropped that bomb on Tamar to gaslight her and make her look like the villain again. One fan wrote, "I don't believe Tamar slept with Tony's man. I believe Towanda said that because she was embarrassed that Tamar exposed her." And honestly, that theory started to make a lot of sense. See, Tamar might be dramatic, but she's also the only one who's ever spoken real truth about what goes on behind the scenes. She's blunt, she's emotional, and that scares the rest of them. The sisters don't like how open she is about their private business, especially the darker parts of their past. Remember when Tamar revealed that she'd been hurt by people from both sides of her family when she was younger? That confession shook everyone, and it made the family furious. So maybe this latest betrayal scandal isn't just about jealousy or revenge. Maybe it's about shutting Tamar down once and for all. Yeah, that confession did not sit well with the rest of the Braxton family. Instead of showing support, they turned on Tamar, accusing her of doing too much and airing out family business that should have stayed private. They blamed her for tearing the family apart like she was the reason all their skeletons were coming out. But the truth is, Tamar wasn't even allowed to speak about what happened to her for years. She was silenced as a child, and when she finally found the courage to speak up as an adult, they treated her like she'd committed the worst sin imaginable. But then things took an even darker turn when Toni and Tamar's niece, Ashley Braxton, came forward with her own heartbreaking story. Ashley revealed that her father, Michael Braxton Sr., had been physically violent with her when she was growing up, and it didn't stop there. Their stepmother, who was supposed to protect them, allegedly wasn't any better. Those girls went through years of physical, verbal, and emotional pain that nobody outside the family ever knew about. Sadly, the trauma didn't end quietly. Ashley's sister, Lolo, later lost her life to an overdose, a tragedy that ripped through the family but was never truly addressed. And just when people thought it couldn't get worse, Ashley dropped another bombshell. She revealed that her aunt, Trina Braxton, completely cut her off after discovering that Trina's husband had been sending Ashley inappropriate messages. And here's the most disturbing part. Ashley was only 16 years old at the time. Instead of comforting her or standing by her side, the family allegedly chose to protect the man, not the child. It was shocking, heartbreaking, and it left fans furious, wondering how much pain had been buried under the Braxton name all these years. But none of that mattered to Trina. She acted like Ashley was just making noise for attention. Instead of showing empathy, Trina accused her niece of stirring the pot for clout, completely dismissing the trauma Ashley went through. Even now, Trina still defends her ex-husband, Gabe, warning Ashley to stop talking about him since he's not here to defend himself. It's shocking, especially considering the seriousness of what Ashley said happened when she was just a teenager. And Trina wasn't the only one turning her back. Ashley later revealed that even Towanda cut her off for speaking up about the abuse she experienced. That detail is huge because it sheds light on why Towanda has such a long-standing grudge against Tamar. While most of the family was busy protecting their image and silencing Ashley, Tamar was the only one who refused to play that game. Tamar had lived through her own silence and wasn't about to let the same thing happen to Ashley. When she learned the truth, she was furious that the rest of the family had hidden the situation from her because they knew she wouldn't keep quiet. They knew Tamar would speak up no matter whose feelings got hurt, and that terrified them. So when she finally found out, Tamar didn't stay silent. She went all in. She invited Ashley onto her podcast to finally tell her side of the story in her own words. That move shook the Braxton family to its core. The rest of the sisters were livid, calling Tamar disloyal for airing family secrets in public. But fans saw it differently. To them, Tamar wasn't stirring drama. She was breaking a cycle of silence that had gone on for way too long. After that podcast episode dropped, all hell broke loose in the Braxton family. The moment Ashley's voice went public, the sisters lost it. Group chats blew up, calls were made, and suddenly Tamar was being treated like the ultimate traitor. Trina reportedly called her disrespectful. Towanda accused her of chasing clout, and even Toni, usually the calm one, kept her distance for weeks. The family tried to downplay the story, saying Ashley was misguided, and Tamar should have known better than to drag family business online. But at that point, the damage was already done. Social media exploded with people taking sides. Some fans praised Tamar for standing up for Ashley, saying, "Finally, someone in that family is telling the truth." Others, though, accused her of doing it for attention, calling it another Tamar tantrum. But what nobody could deny was that the podcast hit a nerve. It exposed cracks in the Braxton image that could no longer be hidden. Behind the scenes, things got even messier. Towanda allegedly stopped all contact with Tamar, and insiders claim that family group projects, including Braxton Family Values spin-off talks, were immediately put on ice. Even Ashley started getting hate messages from people calling her a liar and ungrateful, which many fans believe came from fake accounts linked to the Braxtons' inner circle. Through it all, Tamar refused to back down. She went live on Instagram saying she had nothing to apologize for, explaining that she wasn't trying to ruin her family. She was trying to protect it by finally addressing the truth. "I'm not the villain," she said. "I'm just tired of being silent when people are getting hurt." That statement set the internet on fire. It trended for 2 days straight. And while some of her sisters kept pretending everything was fine in interviews, fans could see the tension brewing behind every fake smile. At this point, it's not just sister drama anymore. It's generational pain, buried secrets, and public betrayal colliding in real time. The Braxton family name might never recover from this fallout. And Tamar, she's standing in the middle of it all, refusing to back down. The Braxtons didn't just dislike that podcast, they hated it. Things got so ugly that the family actually sent Tamar and Ashley a cease and desist letter, demanding they stop talking about everything immediately. But here's the messed up part. Tamar didn't even hear about it through her sisters. Nope, she found out when a stranger served her the papers. Imagine that. Being legally silenced by your own family and not even getting a warning first. That betrayal hit hard, and it showed just how deep the cracks in the Braxton bond really go. At this point, the pattern is crystal clear. Every time Tamar tries to speak her truth, her own family tries to shut her down. They humiliate her, silence her, and then paint her as the problem. And fans are finally starting to notice. People online are torn. Some believe Tamar might have crossed the line with Toni's man, but others are convinced this whole situation is just payback for her daring to expose what really happens behind the Braxton brand. So what do you think? Did Tamar actually betray her sister, or is she the one being betrayed for finally speaking up? Drop your thoughts in the comments. This story's far from over. And if you love digging into the truth behind the headlines, don't forget to subscribe to JuicyReel for even more wild celebrity drama coming your way.
But you can't be thinking you're gonna go have plastic surgery on a Groupon.
Exactly.
Like you,
The
ain't no plastic surgery on sale.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
And if it's on sale, 9 times out of 10, you're not supposed to get it from the person that's having a sale on liposuction. Don't do that.
Things just got wild in the Braxton family. And this time, Tamar didn't just stir the pot, she flipped the whole table.
Confessing that although I love my family, most of the time I don't like my family. Everyone in my family.
Take a breath.
Everybody. I feel like I'm angry at everybody in my family. I don't like my family. If they weren't my family, it wouldn't be my friend.
Her latest live stream turned into a full-blown public roast of her own sister, Toni Braxton, and the internet cannot believe what she said. Tamar went on camera and straight up claimed that Birdman dumped Toni because of a botched BBL that allegedly smells bad. Can you believe that? For weeks, she's been dropping subtle shade, mocking Toni's new look, poking fun at her romance, and hinting that Birdman's been distant for reasons too personal to say out loud. But when she threw that BBL accusation into the mix, everything exploded online. People are losing their minds trying to figure out if Tamar's telling the truth or just trying to humiliate her sister for clout.
That is your man, as you call it. That is your man. He knew it was a situation with me and you. And he was down. He was down to play op games. I wouldn't take nothing like that serious, my love. That ate my ass, and I sent him on his way. It wasn't, you don't want me to expose how you were saying that you kicked her out and she went back to her mother's house. Not Mrs. Braxton. Not Mrs. Not Mrs. Singer with the sold out tour that JR also told me was flex. It was cap. It was she flexing. She don't have no sold out. Between me and you was his exact words. The tour not sold out. He said you was messy. He said you went back to your mother's house. He told me a lot of things that he shouldn't tell a stranger. I just met this man less than a week.
Some fans say she's just being messy for views, while others think there's real tension brewing behind closed doors. And Toni? Oh, she's not staying quiet this time. Word is she's furious and gearing up for a major clapback that could expose way more than Tamar bargained for. This family feud is getting uglier by the minute. If this keeps blowing up, we might be witnessing one of the wildest, most personal celebrity family feuds in years. Is this still Braxton family values or straight up Braxton family breakdown? The drama's so real it feels scripted, except it's not. When producers teased that this season would bring the heat, nobody expected this. Even the Kardashians might want to grab a snack and take notes, because this level of chaos is next level entertainment. Just when fans thought Tamar couldn't stir the pot any harder, she dropped another bomb, saying Toni secretly got a BBL. Yes, Toni Braxton with a BBL. That's not just gossip, that's a scandal with capital letters. Plastic surgery in Hollywood isn't new, sure, but what made everyone's jaws hit the floor was Tamar's shocking claim that Toni's BBL went so wrong it allegedly started to stink, and that Birdman almost walked out over it. What? That's not just shade, that's nuclear level messy. Toni, of course, isn't letting that slide. She's been shutting down the rumors, swearing she never got any body work done. In her words, Toni laughed it off, saying, "Mduya Kai, don't you know that it's my booty? I love somebody." She's keeping her story tight, claiming the only thing she's ever changed was her nose, just because she didn't like how it looked. But fans aren't sure what to believe anymore, and this feud just keeps getting hotter. Toni's been open about a few of her cosmetic tweaks. She once talked about her slimmer look and even admitted to getting a boob job. In one interview, she said, "For a girl who just scored a record deal with two of the biggest names in the business, I actually felt very lonely. I've been wanting to change my nose for years. I wanted it to be less broad, but because of how I was raised, I struggled with the idea of changing my body." Then she added, "And of course, I later got my boobies done. I'd always been built like a gymnast on top, thunder thighs below." She even laughed once, saying, "I wish I would have had lipo on my inner thighs. I've always hated them." So according to Toni, the nose job and boob job were it, nothing more. But let's keep it real. A whole lot of fans aren't buying that story. People online have been calling major bluff, claiming she's definitely had liposuction and maybe even a BBL too. And when you compare old school Toni from her 90s days to her more recent viral pics, the difference is hard to ignore. Back in the day, she had that classic natural fine look, but now her waist is super snatched and her hips are popping like never before. Fans are convinced it's giving strong BBL energy, and the internet won't stop talking about it. Soon enough, social media detectives went wild, zooming in, doing side-by-sides, and insisting Toni might not be telling the whole truth about her glow-up. Some say she's just keeping her beauty secrets private, while others think she's full-on hiding the truth to protect her image. But here's the twist. Just when everyone thought the rumors were fading, Tamar came crashing back into the spotlight and confirmed it all herself. That's when the real chaos began. Reports are saying Tamar's been out here spilling everything about Toni's supposed secret BBL, telling people her sister's been trying to pass it off as her natural body. But the real question is, why would Tamar do her own sister like that? Insiders claim this might all be payback, because the tension between the Braxton sisters has been boiling for months. And now, things have exploded into a full-on family mess. Apparently, before Tamar could even hit record on that explosive episode, Toni's legal team swooped in and dropped a cease and desist, shutting the whole thing down before it even aired. But you know Tamar, she wasn't about to take that quietly. She clapped back online, saying that if anyone tries to claim her sisters turned on her to protect the family, that's a total lie. And just when fans thought this was all one big misunderstanding, Trina and Towanda jumped in saying they had no clue about any of it. Turns out, Tamar really did get that cease and desist, meaning Toni handled everything solo. No backup, no warning, just straight silence and legal threats. Now the internet's in full detective mode. People are asking why Toni's working so hard to stop someone named Ashley from speaking out, and what exactly went down behind those closed doors. Some fans swear Toni's just being petty, because she's still beefing with Tamar, while others believe she's covering for someone else entirely. Either way, that cease and desist move sent Tamar over the edge. She swore she'd get revenge. And that's when she went public with those wild, jaw-dropping BBL allegations that have everyone talking nonstop. You'd think Tamar would have stopped for the sake of sisterhood, right? Wrong. Clearly, you don't know Tamar Braxton. When it comes to drama, she doesn't hit the brakes. She hits the gas. Instead of backing off, she doubled down and claimed Toni's BBL allegedly went so bad that Birdman nearly filed for divorce over it. Yep. According to Tamar, that's how messy things got. It's starting to look like she's on a full-blown mission to drag her sister's name through every headline she can. Now fans can't stop talking. Timelines, TikToks, and gossip blogs are flooded. Everyone's wondering what's really going down behind closed doors at the Braxton house. And just when you think this family feud can't get any uglier, it somehow does. Things are spiraling fast, and people are starting to connect the dots. Maybe Tamar's spilling all this because of something deeper, something personal. Remember when Toni allegedly filed for divorce from Birdman just 2 days after saying, "I do"? Yeah, that wasn't a rumor. That actually happened. Reports say Toni supposedly separated from Birdman just 48 hours after their wedding, and less than a month later, she went full throttle, filing official papers claiming their marriage was irretrievably broken with zero chance of saving it. That revelation shocked everyone, especially since this wasn't their first messy breakup. You might recall their big split back in 2019, but the twist came later. By 2023, insiders claimed Toni started reaching out to Birdman again. Allegedly, she was sending flirty messages, dropping subtle hints, and making it clear she was ready for another round with him. Now fans are asking, was this real love or just part of the Braxton chaos playing out in public once again? Birdman once joked that being back with Toni felt like the breakup never even happened because she was that determined to slide right back into his life. At first, Birdman tried to play it cool, saying he'd moved on, focusing on his own grind, and wasn't looking back. But Toni wasn't giving up that easy. She kept showing up, reaching out, and reminding him of all those unforgettable moments they once shared. And guess what? Those old feelings Birdman swore he'd buried deep started creeping back up. Before long, her persistence paid off, and boom, the two were back together like nothing had ever gone wrong. After dating again for about a year, they shocked everyone by tying the knot on August 8th, 2024. Fans were cheering, thinking this was finally their happily ever after. Until, out of nowhere, Toni hit the world with a divorce filing that left everyone speechless. That's when the whispers started. People claimed Toni might have had other motives, especially since rumors were swirling about her having some serious financial struggles at the time. The internet couldn't handle it. Drama everywhere. Some fans accused her of chasing Birdman's money, while others defended her, saying she'd been through too much to not look out for herself. But when reports dropped that Toni was allegedly trying to walk away from the marriage with a $160 million divorce payout after being married less than a month, the internet completely lost it. Comment sections went wild, gossip pages crashed, and debates broke out over whether that number was fair or downright outrageous. Even 50 Cent jumped in on Instagram, cracking jokes like only he can, saying, "Now watch, women are gonna say, well, if you stuck around for 16 years, you'd want to be paid for it too." That comment sent everyone into a frenzy, and the drama just kept getting louder. That 50 Cent comment blew up the internet. Social media went crazy. Toni was getting dragged left and right, with people calling her a gold digger and saying she was just in it for the money. But now, with all these new whispers about Birdman supposedly wanting to bounce because of that rumored botched surgery, some fans are starting to see things differently. They're saying maybe Toni's wild reaction wasn't about greed. Maybe it came from anger and straight up humiliation. If there's even a sliver of truth to that surgery story, then maybe throwing out that massive $160 million number was her emotional way of hitting back. Insiders say Toni eventually cooled off and even called off the divorce completely. One source even claimed she filed first only because she found out Birdman was about to beat her to it, and she didn't want to be the one getting left. She wanted to stay in control, save face, and keep her pride intact. I mean, let's be real. Being married for 2 days isn't exactly something anyone wants on their resume. But apparently, the couple managed to work things out. Word is, Toni handled those health rumors quietly and made sure everything was fresh, fixed, and fine. So, for now, things seem calm, at least on the surface. But the truth? None of this tea would have seen daylight if Tamar and Toni hadn't blown up on each other in that explosive fight. And you know Toni, she's no pushover. She doesn't take hits without firing back. According to insiders, she clapped right back at Tamar, dragging her hard over her own messy situation with her ex-fiancé, JR. Oh yeah, the shade went both ways, and it got personal fast. And when I say Toni hit the mark, I mean she hit it hard. Because not too long ago, Tamar herself admitted that her ex-fiancé, JR, didn't just cheat. He allegedly stole her jewelry and gave it to his side chick. Can you imagine that level of disrespect? But hold up, it gets even wilder. Reports claim JR was also allegedly messing around with Tommy Lee while still dating Tamar. Now that's a whole different kind of scandal. Tommy didn't hold back either. She bragged online that JR didn't cut off those other women for Tamar, even after Tamar came at her publicly. And if that wasn't enough, Tommy went on to say that JR had been out here spilling Tamar's business to anyone who'd listen, just running his mouth like it was open mic night. Total chaos. The internet couldn't handle it. Fans were stunned. Gossip pages went into overdrive, and everyone was questioning Tamar's choices. People were like, how could she stay after that? The drama was so loud, it felt like a reality show playing out in real life. And here's the craziest part. Insiders claim JR allegedly did all of that within just 1 week of meeting Tommy. 1 week. That's not just messy, that's pure mayhem. And it left Tamar humiliated in front of millions. JR knew exactly about the tension between Tamar and Toni, but that didn't stop him one bit. He jumped right into the mess, got involved, and started running his mouth, spilling Tamar's private business like it was nothing. That's wild behavior. Honestly, Tamar should have dropped his so-called white chocolate self and walked away the moment he started acting shady. But come on, this is Tamar. She doesn't take advice from anyone, even when the writing's glowing red on the wall. So she kept doing her thing, posting about her man, her man, her man. Except the problem was, he was also everybody's man, man, man. The internet couldn't stop clowning. And then came the heartbreak. JR allegedly dumped her out of nowhere, leaving her spiraling all over Beyonce's internet like we'd never seen before. It was messy, it was loud, and it was everywhere. For a while, people moved on, thinking the saga was done and buried, until Toni resurrected it in the most savage way possible. During a shady little "isn't this you" moment, Toni threw that whole JR situation right back in Tamar's face. And it hit hard, especially since Tamar had just tried to come for Toni's relationship with Birdman. Now it's clear, these sisters don't just argue, they go to war. When the Braxtons bring drama, they bring it heavy and public. But here's the real question everyone's asking. How far are they willing to take this feud before someone completely loses it? Because if this tea keeps spilling like this, it's not staying on TV. It's about to blow up everywhere. Now with the sisters trading blows like heavyweight champs, the Braxton family drama has officially reached a boiling point. Insiders say things behind the scenes are way worse than what fans are seeing online. We're talking group chats blowing up, family dinners canceled, and everyone picking sides. Tamar's out here defending her every move, while Toni's quietly plotting her next power play. It's not just gossip anymore. This is turning into a full-on family war. Word is, Tamar's been hinting that she's got even more tea to spill, something that could end all rumors once and for all. Meanwhile, Toni's been keeping it classy in public, but allegedly gearing up to drop her own bombshells that could flip the whole story upside down. The tension's so thick you could cut it with a knife, and fans are glued to every update like it's a primetime reality show. And it's not just them. Even the other Braxton sisters, Trina and Towanda, are feeling the pressure to pick sides. Some say they're trying to play peacemakers, but others think they're secretly backing Toni behind the scenes. Either way, the whole family's on edge and nobody's sure what'll happen next. What's even crazier? Insiders are whispering that producers from Braxton family values might be trying to cash in on all this chaos with a tell-all special, featuring never-before-seen clips and shocking confessions. If that happens, this feud won't just stay online. It'll be front and center for the whole world to see. At this point, it feels like the Braxton drama isn't just a story. It's a full-blown saga. And if the rumors about what's coming next are true, this family storm is just getting started. This whole thing is about to explode in real life. No question about it. Because let's be honest, there's no drama like family drama. And the Braxtons, they always take it 10 levels higher than anyone else. Every twist just gets messier. Every clapback hits harder. And at this point, nobody knows what these sisters might do next. Whatever's coming is guaranteed to leave everybody completely shook. If you've been hooked on this wild Braxton saga, make sure you hit that like button, drop a comment, and share it with someone who lives for drama like this. And most importantly, don't forget to subscribe to JuicyReel, because the next chapter in this story is about to get even crazier. You seriously don't want to miss what's coming next.
Toni. I think everybody was shocked when we found out that these two actually got married. I know, like, there's a lot of things we will do in order to pay our bills, but I never thought the relationship between Toni and Birdman was genuine. I just knew that he was just willing to go broke behind her. It just never fit. And so apparently in August of last year in 2024, they had a secret wedding. Finally got married in secret, even though everything else was public. And then she went and tried to annul the marriage 2 weeks.
Looks like the so-called #1 stunner just got stunned. Birdman. Yes, that Birdman is out here spilling the kind of tea nobody saw coming.
Came back. Yeah. I think it's when I was first diagnosed with having lupus, I was so down, I was so depressed, and the doctors told me I would never be able to work again, your music career's over, but the man upstairs had a whole other plan for me. Yeah. But at the time...
The man's finally talking, and let's just say, it's ugly. Word on the street is that Birdman's blasting Toni Braxton like never before, claiming she left him flat once the money train ran out. He's saying Toni packed up and dipped the second things got tight, leaving him high, dry, and counting coins. According to him, the moment his pockets stopped overflowing, Toni ghosted like a magician with a smoke bomb.
I don't know, 2016, November, when I was on tour, October, I was really sick. I don't mean kind of sick. I mean like really,
from
really
lupus?
sick. Yeah, I had a really bad flare, and I was on tour. And every day I was on tour, he was there with me. If he left out, he would come back.
And this was before anybody knew you guys.
We weren't anything. We were buddies. It was nothing. Not even a day. He was my friend. He was there. I don't know if
he already loved you.
He's there every day taking care of you. But he really was there every day. My buddy, my friend. You all right? You good? I'm cheering good. He was just there as my friend. Like cheering. I'm cheering good. Big Mama good. He was there every day for the shows. And on my off days, he would go and take care of his business, but he would follow me on the bus and just make sure I was okay. And I don't know if you've ever been really, really sick in your life and you feel kind of hopeless and you got somebody who's a friend that's there. That's kind of, it just made me see him differently.
And now the whispers are getting louder. Folks are saying she's back on the edge of going broke again, but let's keep it real. This ain't Toni's first money storm. The woman's been through not one, but 2 bankruptcies, and still came out flashing designer bags, diamonds, and 5-star vacations like the queen of glam she is. From her mansion life to her designer addiction, Toni's always acted like her credit cards got no limit. So when Birdman started talking, everyone started connecting the dots, and the story's looking way less like a love song and more like a revenge track. According to Birdman, what looked like a fairy tale was really just a setup, a romance dipped in luxury but soaked in lies.
You know, me and him have been friends for 16 years.
I know you had a song like 15 years ago.
Yeah,
too,
we've
right?
been like besties for a long time.
People always say that. But
No, this is real. Like no cross the line.
Besties, like you always kept in touch and you always talked.
We would keep in touch. He would come see me when I had my plays, when I had my baby shower. He would come. Like we were really friends.
Meanwhile, Tony's camp ain't staying quiet either. They're clapping back, calling Birdman bitter and saying he's rewriting history just to save face. Still, people can't help but wonder, did Toni really play him? Did she finesse the mogul who once called himself the boss of bosses? Because if Birdman's telling the truth, this might just be one of the biggest heartbreak hustles in R&B history. And the drama, it's just getting started. Oh no, this drama's way deeper than anybody expected. What started as a breakup rumor just turned into a full-blown money mystery. We're talking shady bank trails, secret deals, and whispers that could make even Hollywood blush. And get this, insiders are saying this might go down as one of the wildest relationship exposés in all of R&B history. But it gets even crazier. Reports claim Toni tried to slide out of her short-lived marriage to Birdman with a jaw-dropping $160 million divorce payout after being married for less than a month. Yes, you heard that right. 1 month. That's not bold. That's billionaire-level boldness. And apparently, she didn't even make it through the honeymoon phase. Allegedly, Toni packed her bags and peaced out just 2 days after the wedding. 2 days. Then, before anyone could blink, less than 4 weeks later, she filed for divorce, calling the marriage irretrievably broken and saying there was no chance of fixing it. That's when the drama hit the stratosphere. If that $160 million number's even half true, this isn't about love gone wrong. This is next level audacity. Fans are stunned, asking how a marriage that barely lasted a blink could come with a payout that massive. Like, who even signs a deal like that? And now, everyone's side-eyeing the whole situation. Was it love, or was it a luxury hustle from the start? With Toni's history of financial chaos and taste for the finer things, people are starting to suspect this wedding might have been less about romance and more about a grand plan. Did she play chess while Birdman thought it was checkers? Whatever the truth is, one thing's for sure. This breakup's shaping up to be a scandal for the ages. Now the streets are straight up buzzing with one burning question. Did Miss Unbreak My Heart really tie the knot with the #1 stunner just to cash out and disappear? Like, hold up, she wanted how much for 2 days of marriage? Folks can't stop talking about how Toni Braxton allegedly believed she deserved a $160 million payout after barely making it past the honeymoon suite. That's not just wild, that's legendary level boldness. And honestly, how did Birdman not see this coming? Fans online are calling it plain and simple, saying Toni pulled a classic gold digger move. And when you look at the timeline, it's hard not to raise an eyebrow. I mean, who files for divorce before the wedding flowers even wilt and still thinks they deserve a whole empire? Yeah, Birdman and Toni officially split back in 2019. But you know how messy love stories never stay buried. By 2023, Birdman claims Toni started creeping back into the picture, sending signals, dropping flirty hints, and making sure he knew she was still around. According to him, she came back smooth, acting like nothing ever happened, charming, smiling, and playing the same sweet tune that got him hooked the first time. At first, Birdman says he tried to keep his distance. He wasn't trying to fall for the same trap twice. He told people he had moved on and wanted no part of that drama again. But if you believe his side of things, Toni didn't quit that easy. She kept popping up, showing face at events, and tugging at those old emotions like she knew exactly what strings to pull. It's giving deja vu, and fans can't help but wonder, was this another love story in the making, or just a setup for round 2 of heartbreak and headlines? Whatever it was, it had everybody glued to their screens, waiting for the next move in the wildest R&B saga of the decade. I know you had a song like 15 years ago too, right? Someone asked. And that's when things started to spark again. What began as casual talk turned into late night convos, throwback memories, and soon enough, Toni and Birdman were right back where they left off. The chemistry was undeniable, and before long, they rekindled that flame for real. They got close, stayed inseparable for about a year, and then finally made it official, tying the knot on August 8th, 2024. Fans thought it was a comeback love story for the ages. But hold up, because that's exactly where everything flipped upside down. Just 2 days later, yes, only 48 hours after saying, "I do," Toni filed for divorce. You read that right. Court documents straight from her side say they officially separated on August 10th, 2024. People online lost their minds trying to figure out what could have possibly gone down in that tiny window. Like, what kind of chaos hits right after the wedding cake's been cut? And when the news dropped that Toni was allegedly asking for a $160 million payout, social media completely exploded. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, everyone had something to say. Some were calling her a legend for the fastest divorce in celeb history, while others called it the boldest money grab they'd ever seen. Even 50 Cent couldn't resist throwing shade. He hopped on Instagram and joked, "Now watch, women are gonna say, well, if you stuck it out for 16 years, you deserve to be paid." Then he twisted the knife with a slick punchline saying, "Not 16 years, for 2 days." The comment section went wild, laughing, arguing, and turning the whole thing into a meme fest overnight. Word on the street is Birdman's convinced Toni was never in it for love, just the cash. And honestly, after seeing how fast she went from bride to ex-wife, can anyone blame him for thinking that? The man's net worth is sitting around $160 million, and people are saying Toni aimed straight for the jackpot. It's got everyone wondering, was it heartbreak or was it a high-stakes hustle dressed up in wedding white? Either way, Toni didn't even make it a full week before hitting him with those divorce papers. And that's the kind of twist even Hollywood couldn't script better. She was out before the ink on the marriage license even dried. Like blink, and you'd have missed the whole marriage. Insiders are saying Birdman is furious. He's demanding that Toni put some respect on his name. And word is, he's been dragging her behind the scenes ever since. But this time, he's not whispering. He's calling her out loud and clear. No filters, no sugarcoating, no fake smiles. According to Birdman's camp, he's labeling Toni straight up as a gold digger. Birdman feels like he got played, and not just a little bit. He feels like he got hustled by one of the smoothest in the game. And guess what? Some folks close to the situation are actually backing him up. Allegedly, Toni didn't just stop at trying to snatch his money through the courts. She supposedly tried to flip some of his jewelry too. Yeah, you heard that right. Insiders claim she had her eyes locked on his high-end pieces and even made moves to sell them off when she couldn't get her hands on the cash directly. That's not just bold. That's next level fearless. But honestly, are we even surprised anymore? Toni's money history has been shaky for decades. Back in the 90s, she was one of the biggest stars on the planet. Millions of albums sold, global fame, chart-topping hits, and that iconic voice that defined a whole era. She had everything, the looks, the talent, the success, but somehow the money never seemed to last. Despite being at the top of the world, Toni still ended up broke, not once, but twice. And each time, she bounced back glammed up like nothing ever happened. So now, with Birdman calling her out and the receipts stacking up, people are starting to wonder, is this just history repeating itself, or was the whole marriage part of the same pattern all along? Back in 1998, Toni Braxton shocked the world when she filed for bankruptcy for the very first time, and the media lost its mind. Nobody could wrap their head around how a superstar of her level, dripping in Grammys and chart toppers, could lose it all just like that. But before she could even catch her breath, the chaos rolled straight into 1999, and the headlines only got nastier. Every tabloid in the game dragged her name through the mud, calling her out for wild spending sprees and luxury habits she clearly couldn't afford. In an attempt to clear her name, Toni went on Oprah. thinking she could fix her image. But that plan backfired fast. Oprah didn't play nice. She looked Toni dead in the eye and grilled her about her spending, questioning why she was buying designer everything while her finances were falling apart. And instead of owning up, Toni clapped back hard, accusing Oprah of being too harsh and painting herself as the victim right there on national TV. The tension was thick, and the moment went down as one of the most awkward interviews in talk show history. For a little while after that, it seemed like Toni got her act together. She bounced back, dropped new music, and for a brief moment, her money game looked stable again. The comeback looked strong, glamorous, confident, and shiny enough to fool the world into thinking she'd learned her lesson. But that illusion cracked wide open again when 2010 hit. Toni Braxton filed for bankruptcy again, and this time it was a total financial disaster. Reports said she was drowning in debt, somewhere between $10 million and $50 million. That's not a simple, oops, I overspent moment. That's a full-blown financial meltdown. Toni claimed the downfall came after her Las Vegas residency got canceled due to a serious heart condition, but insiders say that was only part of the story. Behind closed doors, things were messy. There were tangled up insurance disputes, drama over medical coverage, and a mountain of unpaid taxes piling up faster than anyone could count. By the time it all came to light, fans didn't know what to think anymore. Was she cursed with bad luck or just trapped in her own pattern of money chaos? Either way, it painted a picture of a woman living large, falling hard, and somehow always landing right back in the spotlight. Since then, Toni's been fighting hard to stay afloat, but the numbers don't lie, and they're not looking pretty. Her music just hasn't been hitting like it used to. Her last album barely sold 7,000 copies and peaked at number 163 on the Billboard 200. A shocking drop for someone who once ruled the R&B charts like royalty. The album before that did a little better, moving about 16,000 copies, but still, that's a far cry from the chart-topping dominance she once had. For a legend who used to own the radio, those numbers scream one thing: trouble. With album sales falling through the floor, Toni had to pivot fast. And that's when she started leaning heavy on Braxton family values, her family's reality show that once had everyone hooked. For a while, it worked. The drama, the sister fights, the tears, it all kept her name buzzing and the checks rolling in. But as time went on, the shine started to fade. Viewers moved on, ratings slipped, and the show that once kept her brand alive started to lose its magic. Without fresh hits or a major project keeping her in the spotlight, the pressure started building again. Bills, business moves, and that high-end lifestyle catching up quick. And that's when fans started side-eyeing her reunion with Birdman, wondering if it was really about rekindling old love or just a strategic move for survival. Rumors were already swirling that Toni was this close to filing for bankruptcy for the third time. And then, just like that, boom! She pops back up with Birdman after 4 years of silence. The timing had people talking nonstop. Some said it was fate, others called it a financial rescue mission. Whatever the reason, it sure didn't look like coincidence. Because when a star starts falling and suddenly reappears next to a millionaire ex, you already know the internet's gonna have questions, and this time, nobody's buying the fairy tale. The timing was way too perfect, and people noticed immediately. What was supposed to look like a sweet reunion suddenly had everyone side-eyeing hard. It wasn't giving, I missed my man. It was giving, I need that cash. The whole thing just fell off. When Toni and Birdman got back together in 2023, fans couldn't make sense of it. After years of saying it was over for good, Toni had made it crystal clear that the chapter was closed. She even said, "Who do you think I am? Don't you know that he was my man?" That sounded final. So when she suddenly spun the block and started cozying up to Birdman again, the internet went wild. People were like, what changed? It was a full 180, and the energy didn't feel romantic. It felt calculated. Fans started whispering that the reunion wasn't about love, but about leverage. And now that Birdman's calling her out publicly and airing every dirty detail, a lot of folks are convinced this was all a setup from the start, a strategic money move, not some long-lost love story. Even before this latest mess hit the blogs, fans were already catching on. There had been tension brewing between them for a while. You could see it if you knew where to look. Remember that painfully awkward moment on the Tamron Hall show back in 2022? Toni was there to open up about her lupus diagnosis. It was supposed to be a heartfelt, emotional interview. But the second Tamron mentioned Birdman's name, everything changed. Toni's face went cold, her shoulders tensed up, and her whole vibe shifted instantly. She dodged eye contact, gave short answers, and looked like she wanted to be anywhere but there. You could feel the discomfort through the screen. It was like watching someone's poker face crumble in real time. Fans who caught that moment are now replaying it like detectives, saying that interview was the first clue, the warning sign that not everything about Birdman and Toni was as real as it seemed. Because when love's genuine, it shows. But when money's involved, the truth always leaks out eventually. Toni once said, "I'm just not feeling it anymore." But then, out of nowhere, she spun the block and came right back like nothing ever happened. Everyone was left scratching their heads, totally confused. And now, with all this new drama blowing up, it's starting to look less like a love story and more like a calculated move. Because let's be real, the Toni and Birdman saga has been messy from day one. They've been on and off since 2016, and even when they were on, their whole relationship never really made sense to anyone. One minute, they were just friends. The next minute, they were engaged. And then, boom, silence. No wedding, no updates, no pictures, just cryptic interviews and awkward dodges whenever someone brought it up. The vibes were weird. Let's rewind to 2018, when Birdman decided to make it official. He went all out, dropped to one knee with a $5 million yellow diamond ring. It was massive, flashy, and absolutely over the top. Cameras went crazy, fans were screaming, and for a minute, it really looked like a fairy tale moment. But behind the scenes, crickets. No date, no real plans, nothing but confusion. It started giving publicity stunt, not wedding bells. Every few months, Toni would tell interviewers the same thing, that the wedding was just postponed, blaming it on timing or busy schedules. But fans weren't buying it for a second. They could tell something wasn't right. Too many delays, too many excuses, too much mystery. Then came the final red flag that had everyone's jaw on the floor. Toni claimed she lost the $5 million engagement ring. Yes, you read that right. $5 million just gone. No explanation, no recovery, just vanished into thin air. Fans were like, how do you misplace a diamond the size of a planet? It didn't make sense. And that's when people really started questioning everything about her and Birdman's so-called love story. Was it a real romance? Or was someone just playing the long game for headlines and money moves? Because that kind of disappearance doesn't just raise eyebrows, it raises alarms. Toni claims she accidentally left it on a flight, like it was nothing. Just another lost earring or phone charger. But come on now, a $5 million ring? That explanation had everyone scratching their heads. How do you misplace something that massive and just shrug it off like it's no big deal? Fans were stunned. The media went wild. And now, looking back at all the red flags, the awkward interviews, the missing ring, the endless wedding delays, people are finally putting the puzzle together because it's starting to look like this whole situation might have been about one thing and one thing only: securing that Birdman bankroll. Sure, the man got his bag back, but that $5 million diamond, gone without a trace, vanished into thin air like a magic trick nobody wanted to see. I mean, seriously, how do you lose a diamond that could probably be seen from space? Now the streets are whispering and the whispers are getting louder. Folks are saying Toni didn't lose that ring at all. Word is, she pawned it to pay off her debts. And honestly, with her long, rocky financial history, people aren't even surprised anymore. Insiders close to the situation claim Toni was desperate, drowning in debt, scrambling to stay above water. And when you're backed into a financial corner, you do what you gotta do. That ring was reportedly the most valuable thing she owned at the time, and allegedly, she saw it as her only real way out. At first, Birdman didn't even trip. He believed her story, stayed calm, and played it cool in interviews. He brushed it off like a gentleman, saying accidents happen. But that chill vibe didn't last long. Because if the rumors are true, when he eventually found out that the ring wasn't lost at all, that it had allegedly been sold behind his back, that's when everything exploded. Birdman was heated. Their love story officially crashed and burned, leaving nothing but tension, betrayal, and a $5 million mystery that still has the internet talking. And now, fans are wondering, was the ring ever really about love, or was it always about the money? One thing's for sure, this saga's far from over, and if you thought this drama was wild, just wait till the next twist drops. Don't forget to subscribe to JuicyReel for more exclusive, scandal-packed stories that'll keep you glued to the screen.
Looks like the so-called #1 stunner Birdman just dropped a bombshell. Hungry Mud, better known to the streets as Toni Braxton, is catching heat after Birdman supposedly put her on blast for being a straight-up gold digger. The talk going around is wild. Birdman's allegedly saying Toni bled his bank account dry, dipped the second the cash stopped flowing, and now she's creeping right back toward being broke again. And let's be real, Toni Braxton going broke wouldn't exactly be breaking news. This ain't her first time dancing with financial disaster. She's already been through 2 bankruptcies and got a history of spending big like the money would never run out. Folks are connecting the dots, but now with Birdman speaking out, the whole story's taking a messy new turn. People in Toni's corner are saying Birdman's just salty and trying to twist the truth. But others can't help but wonder, did she really play him dirty? The streets are buzzing about the allegations, the cash trail, and the chaos that followed. This could go down as one of the messiest R&B relationship scandals ever. And here's the kicker. Reports claim Toni tried to walk away from Birdman with a jaw-dropping $160 million divorce payout after being married for less than a month. Yeah, you heard that right. Some say she didn't even stick around long enough to act like a wife. Word is, she separated from Birdman just 2 days after saying I do. Less than a month after tying the knot, Toni slammed the brakes, filing for divorce and saying the marriage was done for good with zero hope of fixing it. But here's where the drama went from spicy to straight-up jaw-dropping. If those money figures floating around are even close to real, we're not talking about a little breakup payout. We're talking Olympic-level audacity. With her past bankruptcies, high-end shopping habits, and long list of money woes, people can't help but wonder if this whole thing was a setup from the start. Fans are side-eyeing hard. Did Miss Unbreak My Heart really marry the so-called #1 stunner just for the bag? And seriously, how did Birdman not see this play coming? The streets are still choking over the fact that she thought she deserved $160 million after being married for only 2 days. That's why a lot of people are now riding with Birdman and calling her a gold digger without hesitation. I mean, how do you walk away that quick and still think you've earned a fortune? Sure, the Birdman-Toni split went official back in 2019, but the plot got even messier when Birdman claimed that in 2023, she started circling back, dropping flirty hints, sending signals, and basically acting like she was ready to spin the block. From the way he tells it, she was sliding back in like nothing ever happened. But Birdman says he wasn't biting, 'cause by then he'd already moved on with his life. According to Birdman, Toni just wouldn't quit. She kept pressing, kept popping up, and slowly but surely, those old sparks started flying again. One thing led to another, and before long, they were back together like nothing had ever gone down. They rode that wave for about a year, and then on August 8th, 2020, they finally said, "I do." But here's the wild twist. Just 2 days later, Toni hit him with divorce papers. In the court docs she filed that September, she even listed their separation date as August 10th, literally 48 hours after the wedding. Fans are still scratching their heads trying to figure out what could have possibly happened in that tiny window, but the whole thing smells shady from every angle. And the $160 million she's gunning for, fans are straight up shook. Even 50 Cent jumped into the mix on Instagram, clowning the situation, saying, "Now watch, women are gonna say, well, if you stuck around for 16 years, you'd want to be paid for it." Only, in this case, it wasn't 16 years, it was barely 2 days. Word on the street is Birdman now believes Toni was never about love. It was always about the money. And honestly, when you realize his net worth is sitting around $160 million, and she's allegedly trying to grab every last dime, it's not hard to see why he's heated. She didn't even make it a full week as Mrs. Birdman before calling it quits, and insiders say he's been fuming ever since, dragging her behind the scenes and telling anyone who'll listen that she's nothing but a gold digger. Birdman's not holding back. No filters, no sugarcoating. He's saying straight up that he got played, and some insiders are backing him up heavy. The whispers are that Toni didn't just try to hit him for his money through the courts. Oh no, she allegedly took it even further, trying to unload some of his jewelry when she couldn't get her hands on the cash directly. Messy? Absolutely. But should anyone really be shocked? Not if they know Toni's history with money. Back in the 90s, she was one of the biggest stars on the planet, raking in serious cash, yet somehow managed to lose it all. Not once, but twice. Her first bankruptcy in 1998 was a full-on industry bombshell. Fans couldn't wrap their heads around how someone who'd sold millions of records could suddenly be broke. But the drama didn't stop there. By 1999, the money troubles were still spiraling and the headlines were brutal. At one point, she even sat down with Oprah to set the record straight. But that move backfired big time. Oprah pressed her on her spending habits and straight up called out the reckless choices that got her buried in debt in the first place. Instead of taking accountability, Toni clapped back on live TV, accusing Oprah of being mean and painting herself as the victim, saying, "People look down on me." She did manage to bounce back after that first bankruptcy, and for a minute, it looked like she might have finally gotten her finances under control. That comeback? It didn't last. By 2010, Toni was back in the headlines, filing for bankruptcy again, and this time, the numbers were even uglier. Reports say she claimed her debts were somewhere between $10 million and $50 million. That's not just a money problem, that's a full-blown financial meltdown. Toni pointed the finger at the sudden collapse of her Las Vegas residency, which was canceled after she was diagnosed with a serious heart condition. But that wasn't the only storm she was facing. There were big insurance disputes, messy battles over coverage, and a mountain of unpaid taxes stacking up behind the scenes. Since then, insiders say she's been quietly fighting to keep her head above water, and the stats tell the story. The music just isn't moving like it used to. Her last album barely sold 7,000 copies and only climbed as high as number 163 on the Billboard 200. The one before that? around 16,000 copies. For someone who once ruled the charts, those numbers scream trouble. With record sales flatlining, her main money stream shifted to the Braxton Family Values reality show. But even that fame glow has dimmed. The buzz around the show has slowed in recent years, and without constant media attention or chart-topping hits, the pressure has been building hard. The cracks in the empire are starting to show, and fast. Now fans are seriously questioning if Toni's whole Birdman comeback was about love or straight-up survival. Word was already floating around that she was just inches away from a third bankruptcy. And then, out of nowhere, she pops back up in Birdman's life after more than 4 years apart. The timing? Way too perfect for some people's liking. It's got folks thinking she was chasing that bag, not the man. Because let's be real, when they suddenly reunited in 2023, nobody could make sense of it. Toni had spent years swearing they were over for good, even saying there was no chance of a reunion. She once snapped, "Who do you think I am? Don't you know that he was my man?" Making it crystal clear she was done. So when she pulled a complete U-turn and started cozying back up to him, fans instantly smelled something fishy. Now with Birdman publicly spilling tea and airing every bit of dirty laundry, people are starting to believe the whole reunion was just a calculated move for money from day one. And honestly, the clues were already there before this latest storm even hit. Remember that super awkward 2022 interview on Tamron Hall? Toni was there to open up about her lupus diagnosis. It was supposed to be raw, heartfelt, and personal. But the second Tamron brought up Birdman's name, the energy shifted. Toni went stiff, avoided eye contact, and the tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. Fans watching could feel it. Something behind the scenes was off. And when she brushed it off with, "I'm just not feeling it anymore," it spoke volumes without saying much at all. And just like that, she came back again. Yeah, this Toni and Birdman saga has been nothing but a roller coaster since way back in 2016. On again, off again, and even when they were on, the whole relationship had people scratching their heads. Flashback to 2018, Birdman drops down on one knee with a massive $5 million yellow diamond ring. We're talking flashy, over the top, and blinding enough to have everybody talking. It looked like a straight-up fairy tale moment, until things got weird. Suddenly, radio silence. No wedding date, no real updates, just scattered rumors and an awkward vibe in the air. To a lot of fans, that engagement felt more like a publicity stunt than a love story. Then the wedding kept getting delayed, postponed, pushed further and further back. Toni blamed bad timing, but nobody was really buying it. And then came the red flag to end all red flags. Toni claimed she lost the $5 million engagement ring. Said she left it on a flight, the baggie it was in got returned, but the ring, gone, just vanished into thin air. Now how do you accidentally misplace a diamond like that? The streets are whispering that she didn't lose it at all. She allegedly pawned it to cover some serious debt. And honestly, with her track record, it wouldn't exactly shock anyone. Word is, she's been desperate for cash, and that ring might have been her quickest ticket to a payday. So, according to the whispers, Toni did what some in her position might do. She sold the most valuable thing she had at the time, that $5 million engagement ring. At first, Birdman didn't trip. He really believed her story about losing it and even played it cool in an interview, brushing it off like it was nothing. But if these rumors are true, that laid-back attitude didn't last. Birdman eventually found out the real deal. The ring wasn't lost at all. She had allegedly sold it behind his back. Once the truth hit, they tried to patch things up, but the damage was done. The engagement was dead, and before long, the whole relationship came crashing down. Fast forward to now, and it's looking like Toni might be running the same playbook all over again. Only this time, Birdman's not falling for it. From the outside, it seems like he's finally spotted the pattern. And he's not about to let history repeat itself. When you connect all the dots, the missing $5 million ring, the back-to-back bankruptcies, and that jaw-dropping $160 million divorce demand after just 2 days of marriage, the picture that forms is, let's just say, not a good look. And just when people thought the Toni Birdman saga couldn't get any messier, new whispers started swirling, the kind that make fans lean all the way in. Word is, after that explosive $160 million divorce demand and the ring drama, Toni didn't exactly back off. In fact, insiders claim she started making quiet moves to win Birdman's trust again, but with a whole different angle this time. Allegedly, she began showing up at events where she knew he'd be, playing it cool in public but dropping subtle hints in private that she just wanted to talk. Some even say she floated the idea of collaborating on music again, knowing full well Birdman's business connections could open the door to quick cash. But here's where it gets even wilder. Sources close to Birdman say he's been keeping receipts this time. Literal receipts. Word is, he's got text messages, photos, and maybe even recorded calls that paint a very different picture of Toni's motives. And if those ever hit the public, whew, it could blow the lid off the whole thing. Now, with Birdman standing firm and refusing to play into what he sees as the same old game, the tension is at an all-time high. Fans are split down the middle, some calling Toni a hustler just trying to survive, others calling her out as a master manipulator who plays long-term for the payday. Either way, if these rumors keep coming, this might end up being one of the messiest celebrity relationship sagas of the decade. And it's not over yet, vicious. Birdman might have been blinded by love in the beginning, but now? He's calling it exactly how he sees it, and he's not sugarcoating a single word. If these latest whispers are true, Toni may have just fumbled the bag for good, though some say she was chasing it from the jump. Now that the truth is starting to unravel, the real question is, how deep does this rabbit hole go? Is Birdman just bitter, or is he about to be a man about it and expose the side of Toni that's been hiding in plain sight all along? One thing's for sure, two things for certain. This saga is far from over. If you want all the latest tea as it spills, make sure you hit that subscribe button on JuicyReel, where the drama never sleeps.
This was not the first time of me telling this story. This has been years. It started me telling this story when my sister passed away. So this is like years of me getting to this point, to this layer. I always stand true by what I said. I always stand true by what happened. And I don't know if there was a right or wrong way, the way I handled it. I don't think that there was. And with what I speak with my therapist with, there was no right or wrong way to tell the story. I just had to tell the story.
Listen, this whole situation with Ashley and the Braxton crew is spinning out fast, and the drama's getting wild about a minute. This mess got layers, and every time someone talks, it just pulls us deeper into a tunnel that nobody asked for. From the start, Ashley was open about what she went through, and she wasn't shaky about it either. She spoke up for years, stood on the truth, and every detail matched from interview to interview like she had the whole timeline stamped in the mind. Anyone who actually listened knew exactly what she meant and exactly what she was pointing at.
And it may not be your family, and that is totally okay. I am an example of that. You may not get support from your family, and that is totally fine. You still have the right to use your voice. You still have the right to talk. You still have the right to say how you feel. The world will try to silence you. People will try to silence you, but the world needs your voice and not your silence.
But now, out of nowhere, Ashley switching up a whole tone like someone hit a reset button on a story. Suddenly, she talking like the situation wasn't that serious, like the hurt she described for years somehow shrank overnight. And that right there got everybody raising eyebrows. People don't just soften their own truth after standing on it for so long unless there's pressure somewhere. And let's be real, this ain't the type of shift that just happens because someone woke up in a different mood. When somebody been consistent for years, then starts stepping back from their own words, it screams that something or someone stepped in hard. It sounds like somebody slid in her ear, pushed the storyline, or made her feel like she had to keep the peace to protect a certain image or a certain person. Victims don't just rewrite their whole experience unless something around them changed. So the real question is, what changed? And who decided they needed her to tone everything down? Because this switch up didn't come from nowhere, and you can feel that something behind the scenes is twisting the narrative. This whole thing ain't just suspicious anymore. It's giving full-on cover-up vibes, like somebody scrambling behind the scenes to keep certain secrets locked away. Because seriously, who gains anything from Ashley flipping her whole story like this? It's definitely not Ashley, and it's definitely not the people who've been following her journey hoping for honesty and clarity.
Stepbrothers, did they come with her? Were they part of the package, or did they come along later?
They came along later.
Okay.
So my sister is 3 years younger than I am. My oldest younger brother is 4 years. And then after that, it's 8 years.
Okay.
So they came after. And it's unfortunate that even now we don't have a relationship because you were just pit against each other.
Yeah.
So the household was like all for one and one for all. You better guard up.
Wow.
And it's not really healthy.
No, definitely not. No. You know, I was wondering, like, what would the effects of those circumstances be on the younger brothers? Because it would be very difficult for them to, I guess, develop respect towards you and your sister.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We don't see eye to eye because the way they see life is very different than the way I've seen it. And so for them, it's hard, which is understandable.
Yeah.
When I'm speaking these things about their mother, these are quite harsh accusations that I'm saying.
Yeah.
And if you were not there to grasp what was happening, then perhaps you'd think and be like, I think this is a little far-fetched.
Yes.
And that was something that was really hard for me because I come from this family.
So that leaves one group, the folks with a name to protect and a whole image they don't want cracked open. And here's where things start feeling like a plot twist nobody saw coming. Ashley got features that line up with Towanda so tight, it makes people stop scrolling and take a second look. The face shape, the structure, even the expressions. It's wild how strong the resemblance hits when you put their pictures side by side. I ain't got DNA proof in my hand, but I do got eyes. And what these eyes see is raising real questions that are hard to ignore. If something looks like a duck, sounds like a duck, and stands there like a duck, at some point, you got to ask if someone been hiding the real story all this time. And that's not even the end of it. Ashley been out here for years, putting her truth on the internet, dropping interviews, posting videos, and telling her story straight up with no shaking in her voice. She wasn't hiding. She wasn't whispering. She was out there loud and clear, but somehow her story barely made a ripple until recently, and that's strange, real strange, especially when she's tied to the Braxton family, one of the most known R&B families in the whole game. Something about that silence feels intentional, like somebody wanted her story pushed into the corner where no one would look. So how is it that Ashley been posting videos for years, but her views look like she's talking to a wall? How is her voice basically invisible, even though she's tied to people with major celebrity pull? That kind of silence don't happen by accident. That's the type of quiet that feels planned. It feels like somebody pushed our content so far down the algorithm that you'd have to trip over it just to find it. That's giving straight up content suppression, like somebody wanted her truth buried deep where nobody would ever hear it. And now let's get into Ashley's father, because the situation around him is sounding way too intense. According to her, he's been trying to shut her down hard, like he don't want a single word leaving her mouth. She said there's been pressure, attempts to silence her, and moments where she felt unsafe just for speaking on what happened. That's serious, because why would any father fight that hard to keep his own daughter quiet unless she's talking about something he don't want in the open? When someone works overtime to silence another person, that usually don't mean the story is fake. It means the story hits too close to home. Folks don't waste energy trying to shut down lies. They shut down truth because truth crack open doors they won't lock forever. So hearing that he allegedly wants her to stop talking just makes her claim sound even more real and even more dangerous to whoever she's exposing. And then out of nowhere, right in the middle of all this tension, Ashley's sister passed away, and that shook everybody. The timing, the situation around it, and the silence that followed had people side-eyeing everything. It had the internet buzzing because it came out of nowhere and left a big question mark floating about the whole family. People instantly started wondering what's going on behind the scenes, what secrets are being protected, and who stands to gain from keeping all this in the dark. Now, when you look at all of this, the suppression, the pressure, the fear, the timing, the bigger family picture starts coming into focus. It makes the whole theory feel like it's not just theory anymore, like there's something under the surface that nobody wants touched. When you raise a kid every day, feed them, take care of them, guide them, that kid is going to naturally lock onto you as their parent, especially when they're young and nobody is explaining the full situation around them. So it sparks a real question here. If Towanda was the one doing the day-to-day raising, could Ashley have grown up believing a story that wasn't the full truth because that's the only version she was ever given? It would explain why she always felt unsure about who she really felt like her real mother is. And now we got to look at this birth certificate situation, because this part right here is where things get legally messy fast. Ashley said her mother's name was removed from her birth certificate, and that is not the type of thing that happens with a quick phone call or a form at the DMV. Birth certificates don't just get switched up on a random Tuesday. To change that kind of document, you need court involvement, legal steps, official paperwork, the whole 9 yards. That's a serious process with serious intention behind it. So let's break that down for real. Either Ashley grew up being told something that wasn't accurate, or somebody fed her one version of the story to keep the real situation quiet. Or something way more questionable happened behind closed doors to legally rewrite her history. None of those options look simple, and all of them point in the same direction, that something about her family background was being kept under wraps for a long time. And if a legal alteration really went down, that means someone took the time, money, and effort to get the courts involved just to adjust the information tied to Ashley's identity. That kind of move ain't small. That's a major step someone takes when they want certain truths buried deep where nobody thinks to look. This lines up way too clean with the theory that Towanda might be her real mother, and somebody didn't want that detail out in the open. Here's where the story flips again. Out of nowhere, Ashley suddenly mentions having brothers, and this is the very first time she's ever said that in all the years she's been sharing her life online. That dropped like a bomb, because how do you talk for years about your past, your pain, your family, and never once bring up brothers until now? So where did these brothers come from? Who are they? And why were they never spoken about before? It feels like pieces of her family tree been kept in the shadows from the start. When new relatives pop up out of thin air, it hints that there are deeper layers the public has never heard about. More hidden relationships, more secrets tucked away, more parts of the story that were never allowed to surface. And every time Ashley shares something new, instead of clearing things up, it just opens another door and brings in more questions. It's like the truth is wrapped in twist after twist, and each reveal makes everything look more suspicious. Now let's zoom out for a second, because this situation ain't happening in a vacuum. The Braxton family has had multiple people come forward with their own stories over the years. Tamar spoke publicly about what she went through. Ashley shared her experiences, and Trina's ex, Gabe, had his own messy scandals that the public still talks about. That's not random. That's a pattern, and patterns don't build themselves for no reason. So with all these claims stacking up from different angles, you gotta wonder what kind of environment these women grew up in. What type of family dynamic allowed all this to stay quiet while people were hurting? It's looking like the priority in that house was keeping the family brand shiny and untouchable, while the people inside were left carrying their pain alone. That kind of silence don't happen by accident. It happens when a family decides the image is more important than the truth. Now this brings us right back to Ashley in that sudden switch up that nobody saw coming. After years of standing firm on her story, she's now brushing off what she went through like it wasn't that serious. And that is not normal for somebody who's been so steady and outspoken for so long. This doesn't look like healing. It looks like somebody got in her space, leaned on her hard, and pushed her into toning everything down. Something about this shift screams pressure, not peace. And when you stack that on top of the family's past and everything they stand to lose if the full truth ever hits the light, the whole thing starts making a lot more sense. That family got a long history of trying to protect their image, so her sudden shift doesn't feel random. It feels strategic. Even more reason to believe somebody wants her story rewritten. Now, let's talk about childhood memory for a second because this part matters. Memories from when you're young can be shaped, twisted, or straight up replaced if adults keep repeating the same story over and over. If a child hears a false version of events long enough, that becomes their reality because they don't have the power or understanding to question what the adults around them say. That's just how the brain works when you're young and trying to make sense of the world. So if Ashley grew up being told things that weren't true, like who her mother was, what happened with her birth certificate, or how her family structure really looked, then of course her understanding would be cloudy. She wasn't confused because she didn't care. She was confused because the foundation she was given was never real in the first place. She was building her whole identity on information that was twisted before she even had the chance to form her own memories. Now, let's circle back to those document changes because that part is huge and people need to get how serious it is. You cannot just walk into an office and tell someone to switch the names on a birth certificate. That is not how the law works. That kind of change takes court involvement, legal filings, proof, and a full paper trail. It's a whole process with steps that can't be skipped, and every move leaves records behind. So when Ashley says there are document changes, that tells you something big was happening behind closed doors, something official, something planned, and something that required real intention, because nobody goes through a legal maze like that unless they're trying to adjust a story that they do not want questioned. When Ashley talks about those documents being altered, that's not something that just happens by accident. For anything on that level to be changed, somebody had to go through a full legal process. So if the paperwork doesn't line up, it means somebody moved through the system on purpose, not by mistake. And let me make this part loud and clear, because people like to twist things when they don't want to face the truth. Even if some details were mixed up or fed to her wrong when she was young, her pain is still real. Her experience is still real. What she lived through doesn't disappear just because someone played games with the information she was given. Trauma doesn't vanish because paperwork got shuffled around. The secrecy in this family, the confusion, the cover-ups, the way everything feels like a maze, that only makes her story even more believable. When a family creates that much fog, it usually means they're hiding something they don't want anybody reaching for. And the attempts to silence Ashley just make everything look even darker, not clearer. Now, this is where the theory goes into way heavier territory. There's talk that Michael, Ashley's father, has been trying to shut her down using legal tactics, not conversations. Things like cease and desist letters, threats, and efforts to force her into silence. And if that's real, then his motive becomes crystal clear. Protecting what he doesn't want the world to know about his past. That kind of pressure doesn't come from innocence. It comes from someone scared of their own truth getting out. And here's the wild part that connects everything. If the theory is right, if Michael and Towanda are actually Ashley's parents, then he has even more reason to keep her quiet because that would unleash a whole new scandal that would shape the entire Braxton image from top to bottom. It wouldn't just be messy, it would be explosive. And let's go ahead and call out the hypocrisy while we're here. This family built half their fame on reality TV, selling transparency, realness, and no filters to the whole world. They made a career off letting people into their business. But suddenly, when Ashley speaks, everyone wants silence. Suddenly, the truth is off limits. That switch up is wild and everybody can see it. For years, this family made serious money putting their lives on full display. The breakups, the arguments, the drama, all of it blasted on TV like it was nothing. But behind the cameras, it's a whole different world full of secrets, contradictions, and storylines that are controlled tighter than a vote. They show the public the version that protects their brand, but the real mess stays locked away where nobody can reach it. Ashley is dragging out the parts they tried to bury for years, and that's exactly why her voice is shaking things up. And now let's talk about these brothers she mentioned, because it's already confirmed they're half-brothers. That means there are family connections the public never knew about, relationships that were kept far from the spotlight, and details that were hidden on purpose. When half-siblings pop up like that, it tells you somebody been keeping certain pieces off the table for a long time. This wasn't an accident, this was planned silence. So let's pull all of this together and look at the picture without the filters. Is Towanda actually Ashley's real mother? When you stack the clues, the whole situation starts looking real suspicious. The resemblance between the two of them is strong, not just a kinda looks alike thing, but the type of match that makes people stop and stare. Then there's the birth certificate confusion, and that alone hints at legal moves being made behind closed doors. That kind of change doesn't happen unless someone pushes paperwork through a system they know how to use. That's not a slip-up, that's strategy. And we can't ignore the secrecy around certain documents, the missing info, the things Ashley was told growing up, the puzzle pieces that never matched. When legal records start looking foggy, it usually means someone wanted the truth tucked away. The timeline issues don't line up either. And when timelines don't match up, that usually means somebody is bending the story to fit whatever version they want the world to believe. Then add in the way the family behaves, the pressure, the silence, the pushback on Ashley, the attempts to guide her narrative like she doesn't have her own voice. All of that together paints a picture that's hard to ignore. Every clue points in the same direction. Every piece slides into place, and the whole thing starts looking like a secret they've been trying to keep wrapped up for years. And now here's where everything gets even wilder, because once you start putting these pieces together, the whole story starts cracking open in ways the family definitely didn't expect. Ashley changing her tune, documents not lining up, half-brothers showing up out of nowhere, that's already messy. But the reactions from certain family members make it even worse because instead of clearing things up, they're dodging questions like they know the truth would blow everything wide open. The more Ashley talks, the more certain people start acting uncomfortable, like they're scared that one wrong sentence could expose a secret they spent years trying to bury. You can feel the tension, and you can tell folks behind the scenes are scrambling to control the situation before it gets completely out of their hands. That kind of behavior isn't random. It's the kind of panic you see when somebody knows a truth they don't want anyone else to hear. And have you noticed how nobody from the family is given straight answers? Everything is vague, everything is no comment, everything is brushed off or redirected like they're allergic to saying anything concrete. That's not what people do when a rumor is false. That's what people do when the rumor is a little too close to the real story. This whole situation feels like a puzzle where every time Ashley talks, another piece falls into place. And even the timing of certain statements from the family feels off, like they're waiting to see what Ashley says next before they decide what they're going to say. That's not transparency. That's strategy. And when you mix strategy with silence, that only tells the world one thing. There's something big they don't want to get out. And let's not ignore the way Ashley's energy has shifted. You can hear the conflict, you can feel the pressure, and you can tell she's trying to speak while carrying a weight she didn't ask for. Someone with nothing to hide doesn't need to silence anyone, but someone sitting on a secret this explosive, they'll do whatever it takes to keep things quiet. Every sign keeps pointing to one conclusion. Something huge is being protected, and Ashley's voice might be the first crack in the wall they tried to keep sealed forever. Even without DNA laid out on the table, the clues stacking up around this situation are getting way too strong to ignore. The theory isn't just sounding possible anymore, it's starting to look like the most reasonable explanation when you line everything up side by side. Every detail, every reaction, every strange shift in behavior keep pointing in the same direction like a giant flashing sign. So now I want to hear straight from you. Do you believe the Towanda theory is real? Do you feel like Ashley is getting pushed into silence by her own family? Does this whole thing look like a major cover-up happening right now?
So my thing, I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
You sure did. Thank you so much for
and
that.
Now that
Thank
you got
so
this
much
little
for the
accident,
gift.
give me my money back. That was not a gift.
I'm
supposed to say anything. The only thing that brings us together is the cameras.
I can't wait
But
to
I won't
see
be
it.
able to be there. That's why I was calling you.
That made me very sad.
I know.
Let's dive into this because the Braxton family drama just flipped into something wild and straight up unbelievable. This whole situation between Tamar and Towanda is way deeper than people thought, and it's loaded with broken trust, big money, and sisters turning on each other when they were supposed to be tight like glue. We're talking about $50,000. Not pocket change, not let me borrow a little something, but a real down payment.
Has been using my credit card to pay her phone bill.
My phone bill?
Now, Toni.
Beautiful.
So what?
Tamar handed Towanda that money to lock in a house, a full-on place to live, something serious. But now Towanda is out here acting like the cash was just some friendly gift, like Tamar just handed her 50 grand for fun. That's wild. And here's the thing. This isn't some random rumor someone made up online. There's a real property tied to this whole mess, a real listing, and actual receipts that link everything together.
I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
You sure did. Thank you so much for
And
that.
now that
Thank
you got
so
this
much
little
for the gift.
accident, give me my money back. That was not a
Promise
gift.
to God. Yes, it was. But it's
no, you
okay.
didn't.
The same house that popped up on their reality show lines up perfectly with what Tamar talked about. And that makes everything hit even harder. It's not just talk. It's real-life proof sitting in plain sight. What makes everything even more shocking is how the rest of the sisters decided to play it. Toni, Trina, all of them apparently knew exactly what went down, but instead of helping clear Tamar's name, they stood back and let people think she was being dramatic or even making stuff up. That's rough, especially when it's family and you expect them to step up when stuff gets messy.
You didn't. Towanda told me her lender needed to see the money in her account and that she was waiting on a check and she would be giving me my money back. I was reluctant, but I said, okay.
Thank you so much.
You said I will pay you back the next day, and then you listed me as a creditor.
Oh my.
This whole thing is already sounding like the beginning of a storm, and it's only the first layer of the drama. That's cold on a whole different level, especially when you know someone is already battling their own mental and emotional struggles. Tamar has always kept it real about the things she's faced. She never hid that. So for her own family to gaslight her on national TV like she was confused or making things up, that's harsh. And here's the wild part. Tamar straight up told Towanda on the show, I paid your down payment, and Towanda didn't deny anything. She didn't argue. She didn't correct her. She actually thanked her right there in front of everybody. So how in the world does that suddenly turn into, it was a gift? Come on now. That's not how real agreements work, and everybody knows it.
It was absolutely a gift. And it wasn't that I approached her. She said, but I want to help you get, it's like, okay. And that's just something that we used to do as sisters, help each other.
The burden on you is the one that made it out. But you gotta be willing to let them fly.
I feel like I do. I feel like they don't let me.
What's making this whole situation even louder is what people have been whispering about Towanda's money habits. Folks have been saying she's had issues with spending and borrowing before, and now everything Tamar said is starting to look way too real. Tamar even mentioned that Towanda came into some money, something tied to a lawsuit or settlement, and even then she still didn't pay her back. That's the part that's got everyone raising their eyebrows. At this point, it's getting hard to defend Towanda's actions because the whole thing looks less like sisterly support and way more like a straight-up betrayal. Seeing your own sister struggling and still acting like you don't owe her anything, that hits different. And listen, watching Tamar stay firm while everyone around her acted clueless, that speaks volumes. This was never just about the money. This was about loyalty, respect, and the truth being ignored while the whole world was watching. This part right here really exposes everything, because how are you living in a nice house, looking comfortable, pockets looking all right, but you still can't pay back the sister who helped you when you were down? That's the type of thing that makes people question everything, and that's wild for real. If someone comes through for you with that kind of support when you're struggling, the least you can do is make things right. Now let's break this down, because once you look at the real estate side of the story, the truth starts slipping out fast. When you're buying a house, every single dollar has to be tracked and explained. No mystery cash, no, it just showed up. None of that. The bank needs proof of where the money came from and exactly who sent it. You can get help from a family member, sure, but it all has to be in writing with full documentation, because lenders don't play around with big amounts. So if Tamar really transferred $50,000 to Towanda, that clearly wasn't some casual, here, take this as a gift moment. This sounds much more like a short-term loan to make Towanda look financially ready for the home purchase, the type of thing people do when they're trying to get approved and need their bank statements to look solid. That's why Towanda suddenly calling it a gift Doesn't match how real estate works at all. The numbers don't add up. The story doesn't line up, and the timing makes the whole thing look even more suspicious. It feels like someone changed the narrative after the fact. And here's where it goes, from messy to straight up unbelievable. Tamar reportedly said Towanda promised she would return the money the very next day, like it was supposed to be a quick turnaround. But instead of paying her back, Tamar later finds out Towanda listed her as a creditor in her bankruptcy case. That means Towanda officially put Tamar on paperwork as someone she owed money to, even though she was publicly claiming the money was a gift. That twist right there is the kind of thing that makes people stop and go, wait, what? This whole situation just keeps getting more intense with every detail. Like what? That's bold on a whole different level. Let me break this down real quick, because this part right here is where things start looking real shady. Now, I'm not saying Towanda actually did this, but some folks out there will list someone as a creditor in their bankruptcy just so the debt gets wiped clean. That way, they don't have to pay back the person who helped them in the first place. And guess who ends up losing? The same person who stepped up for them when they were struggling. That's messed up. And here's the part that makes everybody's eyebrows shoot up. There are real bankruptcy filings with Tamar's name on them, and it's public record. That alone backs up what Tamar has been saying from the jump. This isn't some rumor floating around. This is actual paperwork filed with the court. That gives the story a whole different weight. Now let's talk about the timeline, because it hits hard. Towanda bought her home in 2018, right? But by April 2019, she was already filing for bankruptcy. That's barely a year later. So what does that tell you? She took the $50,000, closed on the property, then turned around and filed for bankruptcy, like wiping her sister off the debt meant nothing. If that doesn't look like a setup, then what does? At this point, it really starts to feel like Towanda never planned to pay Tamar back in the first place. And to make everything even stranger, Tamar says it was $50,000, while Towanda keeps insisting it was only $35,000. Why can't the numbers even match up? How do you misremember tens of thousands of dollars? Somebody is clearly twisting the story, and it's not hard to see who benefits the most from all this confusion. You know what's wild? That whole $35,000 versus $50,000 argument actually makes sense once you really think about it. If someone borrowed money all the way back in 2018, and we're only talking about it now, years later, the amount could have easily gone up just from interest alone. So that difference Towanda keeps talking about might not be some mystery. It might just be the result of her waiting forever to pay back what she owed. And let's keep it real. Tamar had proof. This wasn't some friendly little, oh, here's a sweet gift moment. There were receipts, documents, and actual bankruptcy records showing she was supposed to be repaid. So for Towanda to sit there and act like the money was just a gift, that's not just wrong. That's straight up gaslighting your own sister while the whole world is watching. Like, how do you take something that serious and twist it into something casual just to protect your image? That's wild. Towanda even tried to flip the story and make it look like Tamar was offering help she never asked for, trying to paint Tamar as controlling, like she was using money to hold something over her. But come on now, this wasn't the first time Tamar stepped in to help her. According to reports, Tamar had been covering Towanda's phone bills. Not one line, not two lines. 6 phone lines, all on Tamar's own credit card. 6. Who even needs that many lines? That's not helping out a sister. That's taking advantage of somebody's kindness until they're drained. And here's the part that blows my mind even more. Tamar wasn't out here bragging about any of this. She wasn't running around telling everyone what she paid for or trying to embarrass anyone. She kept it quiet until the whole situation pushed her to speak up because things were getting twisted beyond recognition. That's when you know someone has really reached their limit. After all that, Towanda had the nerve to act like she's the victim, like Tamar is the bad one just because she finally called her out. Come on now. If this were anybody else, people would be calling it exactly what it looks like, straight up taking someone's money and pretending nothing happened. Tamar had every right to take legal action, and the fact that she didn't shows how much she still cared about keeping the family together instead of seeking revenge. But instead of supporting her, the rest of the Braxton crew, Trina, Toni, even their mother Evelyn, all seemed to slide onto Towanda's side. They actually defended her, and that's wild to see. There were even rumors going around that they wanted to call the police on Tamar, the same person who lost the money. How does that even make sense? How do you protect the one who took the money and turn on the one who trusted them? Somebody needs to explain that logic because it's not lining up at all. At this point, the whole situation is screaming jealousy and favoritism from miles away. It's clear some of the sisters can't stand how Tamar always finds herself in the spotlight And instead of dealing with their own feelings, they gang up on her like that's going to fix anything. And Towanda trying to deflect by bringing up Toni's condo situation? Please. There's a huge difference between asking your sister if she's staying somewhere temporarily and taking her money or using her credit cards without permission. One is a simple conversation. The other is a whole crime. Trying to lump those things together doesn't make Towanda look innocent. It makes her look like she's scrambling to shift blame onto anything and anyone else. This part right here shows how twisted the whole thing became because instead of honesty and accountability, it turned into blame games and finger pointing. What really gets me is how Toni and Trina acted through all of this. They knew exactly what Towanda did, the credit card situation, the money, all of it, and they still stood by her like nothing happened. How do you watch your own sister cross the line like that and still defend her? That's not loyalty. That's straight up enabling bad behavior. And here's the part that really hits. Toni even admitted on camera that she knew what was going on. She literally confirmed it herself. So that means the whole family knew the truth from the start. But instead of speaking up, they all circled around Towanda like they were protecting her from the consequences. That's sad, because that's not what real family support looks like. That's not protecting someone. That's covering up wrongdoing just to keep the family image polished. And Toni's reaction, that little smug smirk when she said, "Family helps each other." Excuse me, since when does taking someone's money count as helping? Since when does taking $50,000, filing bankruptcy to dodge repayment, and maxing out your sister's credit card turn into family helping family? Be serious. That's not family support. That's taking advantage of someone who trusted you. And Toni's calm, unbothered attitude while all this was playing out just shows how deep the cracks run in that family when it comes to loyalty and fairness. Some people get protected no matter what they do, and some people get blamed no matter what they didn't do. But let's get to the part that sent chills down my spine. Tamar said, "You don't want to go blow for blow with me." That line right there showed she was sitting on a whole mountain of truths she'd been holding back for years. It made everything feel 10 times heavier, like this drama wasn't even close to being over. "I know where the bodies are buried. That's not just a comeback. That's a straight-up warning shot." That line tells me Tamar is sitting on way more receipts, way more secrets, and way more truth than anybody in that family wants to face. She was basically saying, "I've been quiet long enough, but if you push me, I'll drop everything." And honestly, after watching how her own family treated her, who could blame her if she finally let it all out? Because let's keep it real. Tamar got painted as the crazy one, the liar, the problem, the dramatic sister who always made things bigger than they were. But when you actually look at the paperwork, the dates, the money trail, everything lines up with exactly what she's been saying since day one. The proof is literally sitting right there in black and white. Let's break it down one more time. Towanda gets the house in 2018 using Tamar's $50,000, and cool. But not even a year later, in 2019, she files for bankruptcy and lists Tamar as a creditor, which wipes out the debt completely. Then you've got the credit card situation. Unauthorized spending, multiple charges, and Tamar footing the bill without even knowing it first. And still, not one sister stepped up to defend Tamar. Not one single voice saying, "Hey, she's telling the truth." Instead, they all stayed quiet, acting like it was minor drama, brushing it off like it didn't matter. Why? Let's be honest. It comes down to jealousy, favoritism, or maybe a messy mix of both. Whatever the reason is, it's toxic. The truth is this. The Braxton sisters, especially Towanda, betrayed Tamar in a way that cuts deep, period. Let's call it what it is. Towanda acted like a sister who couldn't handle Tamar shining brighter, and instead of owning her actions, she slid into shady territory. And instead of holding her accountable, the family just turned their heads and let everything slide like it was normal. And what's worse, this wasn't a one-time slip-up. This was a pattern, a whole cycle of ignoring Tamar's side and protecting the one who caused the damage. This part right here shows how twisted the family dynamics really were and how much Tamar had to swallow just to keep the peace. Every single detail from Tamar's side, the money, the documents, the public records, all of it lines up perfectly. The evidence does not lie, and yet her sisters still threw her under the bus like none of it mattered. That's the part that hits the hardest because the way they gaslighted Tamar in front of everybody was honestly sickening. Picture this. You lend your sister $50,000 out of pure love, just trying to help her get back on her feet. No drama, no pressure, just family supporting family. Then she doesn't pay you back, files bankruptcy to wipe the whole thing away, and somehow still flips the story to make you look unstable. That's not just sneaky. That's cold and calculated. And what makes it even worse is how the rest of the family played along like nothing was wrong, acting like Tamar was being too much or extra just for telling the truth. That's manipulation, emotional pressure dressed up as family loyalty, and it's exhausting watching someone get painted as dramatic when all they did was speak facts. Let's be honest, Tamar has had one of the strongest careers out of all the sisters besides Toni. She built her own lane, dropped hits, had major TV moments, created iconic moments, and earned real success that people still talk about. And you know what comes with success? Jealousy. And you can feel it heavy in this situation. It's like Towanda couldn't stand watching Tamar win while she was still struggling. So what did she do? She found a way to benefit from Tamar's kindness, took advantage of her support, and when the truth came to the surface, she played the victim like she was the one wronged. And instead of correcting things, the rest of the family closed ranks around Towanda like the whole situation was just a misunderstanding. They acted like nothing happened, like Tamar was making noise for no reason, like the evidence wasn't sitting right there in plain sight. This right here shows exactly how deep the jealousy and favoritism runs and how fast people will flip a story when someone else's success makes them uncomfortable. What does that really say? It tells Tamar loud and clear that her money is good enough for them, but her feelings don't matter. Her truth doesn't matter. It's basically saying, we'd rather protect the one who did wrong than the one who got wronged. That's not loyalty. That's toxicity wrapped up in a pretty bow and labeled family. Because real family doesn't cover up lies or defend someone's bad actions just because they share the same last name. Real family checks you when you're wrong, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it hurts. That's what accountability is supposed to look like. And for anybody trying to shrug this off as just family drama, let's be serious for a second. This isn't some petty argument or little disagreement. We're talking about fraud, financial betrayal, and straight-up theft. Tamar could have pressed charges if she wanted to. She had every right to, but she didn't. And why? Because she still loved her sister enough to protect her, even after being hurt. And what did she get back in return? Lies, denial, public embarrassment. Towanda acting innocent after everything that happened is next-level boldness. Tamar gave her grace, and Towanda turned that grace into another weapon against her. And you know what makes this whole situation even more twisted? The way Tamar's silence has been flipped and used against her. People see her staying quiet and think she's over it or being dramatic, but that's not what silence always means. Sometimes being quiet comes from being done, not defeated. She's had to sit back and watch her family rewrite the story in real time, acting like things happen differently, acting like she's exaggerating, acting like the truth is optional, and instead of defending her, they used her vulnerability as a tool to make her look unstable, like her pain didn't count, like her voice wasn't worth listening to. This wasn't just betrayal. It was emotional pressure dressed up as family loyalty. And seeing her pushed aside like that says everything about how deep the divide really is. That's not peace, that's pressure. Behind the scenes, insiders have said Tamar has been distancing herself from all the chaos for real. No more family vacations, no more group interviews, no more pretending everything is sunshine when it's not. She's choosing her peace, and honestly, that might be the smartest move she's ever made. Because what do you do when your own bloodline becomes the source of your pain? You protect yourself, even if it means stepping away from the people you love the most. Sometimes survival means creating distance, even if it hurts. Meanwhile, Towanda has been moving like nothing ever went down, smiling online, doing interviews, acting unbothered, like her whole reputation isn't hanging by a thread. It's almost like she's trying to outshine the scandal by pretending it never existed, like if she ignores it long enough, everybody else will too. But the internet doesn't forget. Every time her name comes up, people still mention that bankruptcy filing and that missing $50,000. That's a stain no PR trick, no interview, and no pretending can wash away. What makes this even more heartbreaking is how divided the fan base is now. Some folks are still praying the sisters can work things out someday, but a lot of people are completely done. They see the pattern clear as day. Every single time Tamar tells her truth, the family gaslights her until she looks like the villain in her own story. It's a cycle, a deep, messy cycle, and this time it feels like she's finally breaking it. She's choosing herself, choosing her healing, choosing peace over pretending. And honestly, this whole situation shows how fame, money, and pride can wreck a family from the inside out. The Braxton name used to represent unity, talent, and sisterhood, but now it's tangled up with betrayal, jealousy, and silence that says way more than words ever could. Tamar's story isn't just about the money. It's about the emotional hit that comes from loving people who keep proving they don't love you the same way back. And the saddest part, that wound didn't come from strangers. It came from home. At this point, it's hard not to shake your head at how deep this betrayal really runs. It's one thing to make a mistake, but it's a whole different level of boldness to keep pretending nothing ever happened while the person you hurt is left carrying all the weight. Tamar tried to protect her sister, tried to keep the peace, tried to hold the family together, and somehow she still got painted as the villain. That kind of emotional damage, no amount of money could ever fix that. You can feel the shift too. The vibe between the sisters isn't what it used to be. Every interview, every post, every moment they're seen together, there's this quiet tension that speaks louder than words ever could. And even though Tamar has been staying silent, that silence is powerful. Sometimes the strongest clapback is peace, and it's starting to show exactly who's been in the wrong all along. Meanwhile, watching Towanda act like everything's smooth while the receipts are out in the open, whew! That's a whole different level of audacity. She's smiling for the cameras, posting online like nothing ever went down. But let's be real, the internet does not forget. People remember the filings, the money trail, the credit card drama, every loose detail that still doesn't add up. And every single time Towanda's name starts trending, those same stories pop right back up. You can try your hardest to clean up your image, but you can't erase the truth, especially when the truth is sitting in public records. And honestly, this whole situation is a reminder that sometimes family drama hits harder than anything else. Because betrayal from someone who shares your blood, that cut hits deeper than anything. Tamar deserved honesty, not humiliation. Support, not silence. Truth, not twisted narratives. And after watching how everything went down, nobody can blame her for stepping back to protect her peace. That's the full breakdown, the truth behind the Braxton chaos. So drop your thoughts in the comments because this one has the whole internet divided. Do you think Tamar should finally air everything out or let it go for good? And before you scroll away, make sure you hit that subscribe button because more shocking celebrity twists and messy receipts are coming your way. And if you really want to keep the drama rolling, subscribe to the JuicyReel channel. That's where the real tea never sleeps.
Confessing that although I love my family, most of the time I don't like my family. Everyone in my family.
Take a breath.
Everybody. I feel like I'm angry at everybody in my family. I don't like my family. If they weren't my family, they wouldn't be my friend.
The internet went absolutely wild when Ashley Braxton, the quiet niece nobody ever talked about, finally spoke out. After years of silence, she dropped a bomb that cracked open the shiny image the Braxton family had carefully built with gospel songs, fame, and glitz.
That is your man, as you call it. That is your man. He knew it was a situation with me and you. And he was down. He was down to play op games. I wouldn't take nothing like that serious, my love. That ate my ass, and I sent him on his way. It wasn't. You don't want me to expose how you were saying that you kicked her out and she went back to her mother's house?
Her voice shook, but her message hit hard. She was done protecting the very people who broke her down as a kid. For once, nobody was gossiping about Toni Braxton's chart-topping hits or Tamar's explosive reality show meltdowns. Nope, the world was focused on something way darker, something the family had buried for years under their perfect smiles.
Not Mrs. Braxton, not Mrs. Singer with the sold-out tour that JR also told me was flex. It was cap. It was she flexing. She don't have no sold out. Between me and you was his exact words. The tour not sold out. He said you was messy. He said you went back to your mother's house. He told me a lot of things that he shouldn't tell a stranger. I just met this man less than a week.
Ashley wasn't chasing clout, she said. She was chasing closure, and the way she said it sent chills down everybody's spine. She showed up on camera with that calm look you only get after years of crying behind closed doors. She told the world how being 16 and spending one summer with one of her aunts turned into the worst nightmare of her life. Something went down, or almost did, with her aunt's partner, and though Ashley never said any names, fans didn't need her to. The clues were all right there. The timeline, her tone, her trembling voice, it all lined up too perfectly to ignore.
But you can't be thinking you're gonna go have plastic surgery on a Groupon.
Exactly.
Like you,
The
ain't no
Botox
plastic
parties.
surgery on sale.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
And if it's on sale, 9 times out of 10, you're not supposed to get it from the person that's having a sale on liposuction. Don't do that.
And the worst part, instead of helping her heal, the family decided to hide it. They didn't want drama. They wanted silence. No police, no confrontation, no headlines. They just wanted the world to keep seeing them as gospel royalty while Ashley was left carrying the pain alone. That's when she said enough was enough. She was taking her story back, and no Braxton was going to shut her up this time. That's the part that broke everyone's heart. Ashley said that instead of wrapping her in love, her own family turned their backs on her. The calls stopped. The invites vanished, and even her father, Michael Braxton Jr., told her to keep quiet. She remembered the moment he looked her in the eye and said, "Zip it up tight." Those words haunted her for years, like a ghost she could never escape. Decades later, she revealed that the same father who once preached loyalty and unity actually threatened her with legal action if she ever dared to speak her truth. Can you imagine? The man who taught her about family first was the same one trying to silence her. The betrayal in her voice was impossible to miss when she said, "I just wanted to be heard, not hushed behind a screen." It sent chills through everyone watching. That's when fans started connecting the dots. The aunt who suddenly cut her off, the partner who made her feel unsafe, and those old whispers about Trina Braxton's messy past marriage that fans always said had way too much chaos. Nothing was officially confirmed, but wow, everything lined up a little too perfectly to ignore. Still, Ashley wasn't out here naming names or trying to destroy anyone's life. She just wanted people to understand how powerful and painful silence can be. Because when a family chooses to protect their image instead of the truth, someone always ends up broken. And this time, it was Ashley. Ashley said the worst part wasn't what happened. It was being blamed for surviving it. That line alone broke the internet's heart. Then came the twist nobody saw coming. Tamar Braxton saw the video, and everything flipped upside down. Tamar, the sister known for speaking her mind, loud and proud, couldn't stay silent this time. She reached out to Ashley in private, and before anyone could blink, she invited her niece to appear on her live podcast. It was the first time in decades that any Braxton had publicly given Ashley a voice, and that move sent shockwaves through the family. Fans were stunned, insiders were buzzing, and according to those close to the situation, Toni Braxton was furious. To Toni, family business was supposed to stay behind closed doors. No social media, no public talk, no exposure. But Tamar had a different mindset. She believed that healing needed sunlight, not shadows. The moment Ashley showed up on Tamar's podcast, the energy shifted. It wasn't about fame, music, or TV drama this time. It was about truth. Ashley opened up like never before, talking about what it was like growing up in a home where love always came with conditions. She revealed how her mother once removed her name from her birth certificate, how her father stayed distant, and how her stepmother turned their home into a battlefield of emotional pain. Every adult who should have protected her ended up teaching her one painful lesson: to stay silent. "I learned that being quiet kept the peace," she whispered, "but it also killed me inside." Those words hit like a punch to the gut, especially for fans who still remember Traci Braxton's lonely final years before she passed. Another woman in the family silenced by the same cycle. And while fans were praising Tamar for finally shining light on the truth, Toni's reaction, according to close sources, was nothing short of rage. She allegedly called Tamar's podcast reckless, saying her younger sister was using family pain for clout and ratings. The family feud that started decades ago suddenly roared back to life, and everyone watching knew this was only the beginning of something explosive. Toni Braxton, the calm, collected matriarch who always kept the family looking polished, was terrified of the headlines that were about to drop. Imagine it splashed everywhere. Braxton niece accuses family of a cover-up. That's every PR nightmare rolled into one. Toni wanted it buried fast, craving damage control before things spiraled out of hand. But Tamar, she wasn't backing down. She wanted honesty, raw and unfiltered. Their private phone calls reportedly got so heated that Toni completely stopped answering. One insider even claimed Toni told a producer, if Tamar wants to run her mouth, let her live with the consequences. That one line said it all. The Braxton house was officially divided. But here's the twist. The public wasn't siding with Toni this time. Everyone was rallying behind Ashley. Viewers saw a woman who had been pushed out by her own family, but still spoke with grace and strength. She didn't shout, didn't throw shade, didn't curse. She just told the truth with trembling hands and a steady heart. Ashley shared how therapy sessions in Europe helped her rebuild herself piece by piece. I left the country to save my mind, she confessed, and you could feel the pain in every word. Living abroad had become her safe place, far from the noise, far from the whispers. But when tragedy struck and her sister, the one the Braxtons rarely spoke about, passed away, Ashley knew she couldn't stay silent any longer. She had to speak up, not just for herself, but for the sister who never got that same chance. So when Tamar officially announced that Ashley would appear live on her show in Atlanta, the fandom went into a frenzy. Social media exploded, fans were divided, and even longtime supporters couldn't believe that the Braxton family secrets were finally being dragged into the spotlight. Live for the whole world to see. This wasn't just another wild tabloid rumor. It was real, and it was happening in public. Ashley was finally telling her story, and one of the Braxtons, Tamar, was standing right there beside her. In that single powerful moment, the family known for their gospel harmony turned into a courtroom of truth. The internet couldn't look away. Everyone was watching history unfold right before their eyes. Fans went into detective mode, pulling up old interviews of Toni and Trina, dissecting every gesture, every pause, every blink. Was Toni's silence a sign of guilt? Or was it just grief from watching her family fall apart? Nobody could agree, but one thing was crystal clear. This was the most explosive Braxton family drama since Braxton Family Values went off the air. Ashley's words during one interview melted hearts everywhere. She said, "For once, I won't be alone on that stage. I'll have my aunt's hand to hold if I cry." That single line hit like a thunderclap, raw, real, and full of years of pain and longing. Within hours, it went viral across every platform. TikTok, X, Instagram, everyone was talking about it. Tamar responded with a simple red heart emoji under Ashley's post, confirming her support without even saying a word. Meanwhile, Toni didn't post anything. No comment, no like, not even a silent acknowledgement. And somehow, that silence screamed louder than any statement ever could. It became its own headline. Toni Braxton remains silent as niece prepares to speak out. Behind the scenes, things were getting messy. Michael Braxton reportedly warned his daughter again to stay quiet and avoid dropping names, while Trina completely disappeared from social media. Insiders whispered that Toni had even started pulling away from upcoming family projects, afraid that getting too close might drag her straight into the fallout. The Braxton family's perfect image was cracking right before the world's eyes, and nobody knew what would break next. Tamar wasn't backing down. She doubled down. Sources say she told her team straight up, "If the truth breaks us, maybe we weren't whole to begin with." That line leaked online through fan pages and instantly went viral. It became a rallying cry for survivors everywhere. People who saw themselves in Ashley's story and finally felt brave enough to speak too. By the end of that week, what started as a quiet confession had turned into a national conversation about abuse, silence, and the power of forgiveness. Talk shows were debating it. Social media was flooded with takes, and even fans who had never followed the Braxtons before were now hooked. For Ashley, this was never about revenge. It was about release. But for the Braxton family, it was a full-blown reckoning. That glamorous brand of sisterhood and success was starting to crumble under the truth they'd all tried to bury. Tamar was getting ready to welcome her niece to the stage, while Toni was reportedly doing everything she could to brace herself for what was coming. The one thing she hated most, losing control of the narrative. Because once Ashley started talking, the question wasn't if the family would respond. It was how far Toni would go to stop Tamar from turning their darkest secret into a public showdown. The night of the podcast felt heavier than a concert. Cameras flashed like crazy outside the Atlanta theater, and fans lined up down the block, whispering wild theories about what Ashley might finally reveal. Inside, the stage lights were dim, golden and soft, but the tension in the air was thick. Tamar walked out first, sleek hair, sharp outfit, radiating confidence wrapped in compassion. The crowd screamed as she took the mic. "Tonight isn't about gossip," she said. "It's about truth, healing, and courage." The audience roared with applause, but everyone could feel it. This wasn't just another podcast episode. This was a family reckoning dressed up as a live show. When Ashley finally stepped out, the whole room went silent. Her eyes glistened like she had been carrying years of pain, guilt, and silence inside her chest. And in that moment, you could tell something powerful was about to break loose. And this time, Ashley was finally ready to let it all out. Tamar reached for her hand, and that single, quiet gesture said everything. It was loyalty, rebellion, and sisterhood all rolled into one powerful moment. You could feel the love and the defiance bursting through the screen. Ashley took a deep breath, steady but trembling, and began to speak. She never said any names, but the pain in her pauses told the whole story louder than any headline ever could. She spoke about feeling unsafe, unheard, and unseen, about being blamed for things she never did, punished just for being a kid caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. And then came the line that broke everyone's heart. "I just wanted someone to believe me." The audience went completely silent. No whispers, no phones clicking, just heavy, aching quiet. Even Tamar's eyes filled with tears she couldn't hold back. It was one of those moments where the truth hit like lightning, raw, painful, and impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, chaos was exploding inside the Braxton circle. Toni Braxton, according to insiders, was livid. Sources said she felt Tamar had turned the family's wounds into a public circus. To Toni, this wasn't bravery, it was betrayal. She allegedly called Michael that same night and snapped, "You need to handle your daughter before this goes too far." But by the time those words left her mouth, it was too far. The footage was already everywhere. Within hours, it went viral. Blogs were breaking it down line by line. Fans were debating every look, every tear, every word. Ashley's truth had already reached millions of ears, and Toni's trademark silence, the shield she'd always used to protect herself, suddenly looked more like guilt than grace. Back on stage, Ashley fought to keep her composure, but you could see her memories pushing through. Her voice cracked as she recalled her father's chilling words, "Zip it up tight." That phrase had haunted her for years, and now she was finally free from it, right there, under the spotlight, with the whole world finally listening. The crowd gasped when Ashley's voice trembled and she said, "I was told to stay quiet, to protect people who never protected me." That line hit like thunder, raw, heartbreaking, and unforgettable. Tamar squeezed her hand tighter, and in that instant, the whole internet exploded. Fans rushed to social media, flooding timelines with messages of support, tagging both Tamar and Toni, demanding answers, demanding accountability. Twitter, or X, was on fire. Some fans wrote, "Protect Ashley at all costs." Others repeated over and over, "Toni can't silence this anymore." It became a chant across the internet, a digital uprising of voices that refused to be quiet. As the show came to a close, Tamar stood up and pulled Ashley into a long emotional embrace. Both women were shaking, from relief, from fear, from everything they had just unleashed. The world was watching two generations of Braxton women face decades of buried truth. Live. Ashley whispered softly, "I finally feel free." And Tamar, tears streaming down her face, whispered back, "You were always free, baby. They just tried to make you forget it." That single exchange sent chills through everyone watching. The audience erupted, some clapping, some crying, some just standing in stunned silence, processing what they had just witnessed. For the first time in years, a Braxton woman wasn't singing a note. She was telling the truth. But freedom, as always, comes with a price. The next morning, chaos erupted behind closed doors. Toni Braxton reportedly called a full-on family meeting. According to one insider, she started with a line that said it all. "We are not turning into another reality scandal. We have Grammy Awards, not gossip columns." Toni wanted control back. She wanted the narrative cleaned up, the damage contained. She allegedly demanded Tamar release a statement claiming the podcast was taken out of context. But Tamar wasn't having it. She stood her ground and shot back. "The context is pain, and we're not erasing it again." That one sentence, brave, bold, and final, reportedly ended their phone call, and maybe even their relationship. The Braxton family's golden image had officially shattered, and nothing would ever be the same again. Behind the scenes, the storm was far from over. Michael Braxton was furious. Sources say he immediately reached out to lawyers, trying to block Ashley from ever mentioning his name again or using the family story in public. But this time, his threats didn't hit the same. The fear was gone. Ashley wasn't that quiet, isolated girl anymore. She had support. Legal teams, fans, survivor networks, everyone was standing with her. Organizations began reaching out, offering resources, and sharing her story as a powerful symbol of breaking generational silence. For the first time, the Braxton family's secret wasn't trapped behind closed doors. It had become a mirror for every family that hides pain behind respectability and polished smiles. As the story spread, major news outlets started picking it up. Toni's camp tried to spin it quick, calling it a private family misunderstanding. But the public wasn't buying that for a second. They had seen Ashley's trembling voice, Tamar's tears, and the raw emotion of that night. Nothing about it felt like a misunderstanding. To fans, this wasn't just another dose of celebrity gossip. It was something real. It was about a black woman reclaiming her story in a world that had told her to stay quiet for too long. And suddenly, that perfect, polished Braxton image Toni had worked so hard to protect started to look fragile, like a diamond cracking under the heat of truth. Days later, Tamar went live again, and she came with that calm but unshakable tone that said she meant business. Family doesn't mean silence. Family means accountability, she said, eyes locked on the camera. It was subtle, but everyone knew who she was talking about. Without naming names, she made her point loud and clear. She wasn't backing down. "If being honest makes me the bad guy," Tamar said, "then I'll be that." Her words echoed across every platform, and fans flooded her comments with love and fire emojis. The message was clear. The old Braxton family silence was dead, and the truth was finally louder than the fear. After Tamar's live ended, the comment section exploded. Thousands of people flooded in, some cheering her on, calling her brave and fearless, while others begged her to make peace with Toni. But Tamar stayed unmoved. Her loyalty wasn't to the Braxton brand anymore. It was to the truth. No filters, no fake smiles, just raw honesty from a woman who had seen enough. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Ashley quietly returned to Spain. She didn't post any long explanations, no interviews, no drama. Just one simple message on Instagram. You can heal and still hurt. You can forgive and still speak. That line hit everyone straight in the heart. It was powerful, poetic, and final. The kind of truth that doesn't need a headline to make noise. Within hours, the post went viral. Celebrities, therapists, advocates, everyone was sharing it. Even people who had never followed the Braxton family before were suddenly connecting to Ashley's message. She didn't need her family's approval anymore. She had the world's empathy. But while Ashley was finding peace, the Braxton family behind closed doors was falling apart. Insiders say Toni began skipping family events completely, avoiding both Tamar and Michael. The tension was thick. Nobody knew what to say, and everyone was walking on eggshells. Even Trina, who had stayed completely quiet through all of this, reportedly broke down during a family dinner, slamming her fork down and saying, "I'm tired of protecting ghosts." That moment, insiders say, left the whole table frozen. The sisters' bond, once their greatest strength, was now crumbling in private. Years of silence, pride, and pain had finally caught up to them. And while Ashley's courage brought her the peace she had fought for her whole life, the rest of the Braxtons were left staring at the wreckage of a truth they'd spent decades trying to hide. And for the first time in years, the Braxtons weren't the picture-perfect image of gospel and glamour. They were human, flawed, fractured, and finally exposed. The masks were off, and what was left wasn't fame or sparkle. It was truth, raw and unfiltered. By the end of the month, tabloids had a name for it: the Braxton Civil War. Headlines were everywhere, talk shows were dissecting every clip, and social media couldn't stop buzzing. Yet somewhere in all that chaos, there was something beautiful. Because for the first time ever, someone from that powerful family had turned deep pain into purpose. Ashley Braxton wasn't the scandal. She was the silence, finally breaking. She wasn't chasing clout or trying to drag anyone down. She was fighting to breathe after a lifetime of being told to hush. And though Toni Braxton may never forgive Tamar for dragging their truth into the light, the world had already made its choice. They chose honesty over image. They chose Ashley. In her final statement before stepping away from the spotlight, Ashley said words that left everyone speechless. If telling the truth cost me my family, then I guess love was never really there. Her voice cracked, but her eyes stayed steady, clear, brave, and free. With that final sentence, she ended the story not as a victim, but as a survivor who refused to be erased, because no matter how famous the family or how polished the image, the truth always finds a voice. And this time, that voice belonged to Ashley Braxton, the quiet niece who finally said what everyone else was too scared to say. Her courage made the world stop and listen, made people realize that even the most glamorous families can carry the deepest wounds. Behind every perfect photo and award-winning smile, there's a story, and Ashley's story proved that silence doesn't protect anyone. It only hides the pain until someone brave enough decides to speak. So if you've been hooked on this wild Braxton saga, hit that like, drop your thoughts in the comments, and make sure to subscribe to JuicyReel for more untold truths and explosive celebrity breakdowns. You won't want to miss what's coming next.
But you can't be thinking you're gonna go have plastic surgery on the Groupon.
Exactly.
Like you,
The
ain't no
Botox
plastic
parties.
surgery on sale.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
And if it's on sale, 9 times out of 10, you're not supposed to get it from the person that's having a sale on liposuction. Don't do
Things
that.
just exploded in the Braxton family. And baby, this time, it's way messier than anyone expected. Tamar took things to a whole new level, and now folks are side-eyeing hard. What started as a few shady jabs online has turned into a straight-up public takedown, and she did it live for the whole world to see.
Confessing that although I love my family, most of the time I don't like my family. Everyone in my family.
Take a breath.
Everybody. I feel like I'm angry at everybody in my family. I don't like my family. If they weren't my family, they wouldn't be my friends.
Tamar Braxton went on Instagram Live and dragged her own sister, Toni Braxton, with no mercy. She claimed that Birdman walked away from Toni because of a botched BBL that supposedly went left, and even said the results stank. Can you imagine that? For weeks, Tamar had been sliding little shots at Toni, clowning her love life, teasing her looks, and hinting that Birdman was getting distant for personal reasons. But when she dropped these BBL accusations, everything blew up. She didn't just say Toni got work done, she claimed the whole thing was a disaster that left Birdman ready to call it quits. Now social media is losing its mind trying to piece together what really happened behind those closed doors. Everybody's got opinions, and the Braxton drama just hit a level nobody was ready for. Toni ain't taking that shade quietly. Sources say she's furious and gearing up to clap back hard. If this fire keeps burning between the two sisters, we might be witnessing one of the wildest and most personal celebrity family feuds of all time. This isn't just drama. It's a full-on Braxton meltdown. Let's talk about it. Is this Braxton family values or the Braxton family blues? Because honey, the Braxtons are showing us they don't play when it comes to bringing the heat. The Kardashians better take notes. The Braxton sisters are serving chaos, attitude, and tears all in one explosive season. Just when everyone thought the drama had hit its peak, Tamar threw more fuel on the fire by claiming Toni secretly got herself a BBL. Yep, she called her BBL Toni. Can you believe that? Now in Hollywood, getting a little nip and tuck ain't exactly shocking news, but what sent the internet into orbit was Tamar saying Toni's so-called BBL went left, claiming it was so botched that it allegedly stank and that the smell had Birdman ready to pack his bags and bounce. Toni, of course, denies ever getting work done, just like plenty of celebs do when the rumors start flying. But the way this story's spinning, people are wondering, is Toni hiding something? Or is Tamar just stirring the pot again? Toni tried to brush it all off by saying, Amduyakai, don't you know that? It's my body. I love somebody. She gave her usual line, claiming she only got a nose job because she hated how it looked and just wanted it slimmer. But then she got real in an old interview, admitting she also had her boobs done, and her reason sounded pretty emotional. She said, for a girl who just scored a record deal with two of the biggest names in the business, I actually felt very lonely. I've been wanting to change my nose for years. I wanted it to be less broad, but because of the conservative ideas I was raised with, I struggled with the thought of altering my body. And of course, I later got my boobies done. Toni even joked that she'd always been shaped like a gymnast, size AA up top and thunder thighs down below. Then she added, in fact, I wish I would have had lipo on my inner thighs. I've always hated them. So, according to Toni, the boob job and nose job were the only things she ever had done. But baby, the internet ain't buying it. Fans are calling BS, saying there's no way she stopped there. And many believe she definitely had lipo and maybe even a BBL on top of it. And the receipts? Whew! When fans compared her old photos to a recent viral pic, the difference was wild. Back in the 90s, she was fine. Natural curves, toned body, classic beauty. But now, that waist is snatched to the heavens, and those hips are sitting way fuller. The side-by-side says it all. It's giving lipo and BBL energy, no question about it. All that talk about Toni's changing shape had fans thinking she wasn't being straight about her natural look, and now the internet is calling her out. But let's be real, she wouldn't be the first celebrity to deny getting work done. Once you start dipping into that cosmetic surgery life, it can get real addictive. You fix one thing, then suddenly there's always just one more tweak. Everyone thought the drama had peaked, but nope. It was only the calm before the storm. Out of nowhere, Tamar popped up and confirmed the rumors herself. Reports say Tamar's been going around telling folks about Toni's secret BBL, claiming Toni's been acting like it's all natural when it's allegedly far from it. Can you imagine your own sister spilling your surgery secrets like that? Now, if you're wondering why Tamar would go so hard on her sister, well, it's no secret the two ain't been cool lately. Their relationship's been rocky for a while, full of shade, side eyes, and low blows on both sides. This was just the latest bomb in a long line of Braxton blow-ups. But before Tamar could even start filming that episode where she planned to air everything out, Toni's team swooped in fast, sending her a cease and desist to shut it all down before she could say a word. Tamar was caught off guard, but she didn't back down completely. Then, people started saying the other sisters, Trina and Towanda, turned against Tamar to protect Toni. But they quickly jumped online like, we didn't even know she got hit with no cease and desist. That made it crystal clear. Toni was handling this all by herself. Now everyone's left scratching their heads. Why is Toni working overtime to silence Tamar? What's she really trying to hide? The fans are digging for answers, and it's only getting juicier by the minute. The internet is split down the middle. Half of folks are saying Toni's just being petty because of her long-running beef with Tamar, while others swear she's trying to protect a man who's allegedly got some dirt tied to him. Either way, whatever Toni did pushed Tamar way over the edge, and Sis said she was gonna get her lick back. No mercy this time. And that's when we circle right back to those wild BBL allegations. You'd think Tamar would chill out and stop dragging her sister through the mud, right? You'd think sisterhood would kick in and she'd let it go. But oh no, you clearly don't know Tamar, because Petty is practically her middle name. She wasn't just out here confirming rumors, she doubled down and turned up the volume. Tamar straight up claimed that Toni's BBL went so bad, it had Birdman allegedly trying to divorce her over it. Like, what? She made it sound like the surgery wasn't just bad, it was embarrassing. The internet went wild, saying Tamar was trying to completely humiliate her sister, not just spill tea, but pour the whole pot. And here's where it gets even crazier. Remember how Toni reportedly filed for divorce from Birdman after just 2 days of marriage? Yup, 2 days. According to reports, they separated right after tying the knot, and before fans could even blink, she filed for divorce less than a month later, claiming the marriage was irretrievably broken with zero chance of fixing things. So now fans are connecting the dots, asking if that messy breakup had something to do with the so-called BBL disaster Tamar's been ranting about. Whatever's going on behind the scenes, one thing's for sure. This family feud just got uglier than ever, and the internet can't look away. When the story first broke, everybody was shocked, because this wasn't Toni and Birdman's first rodeo. These two been on that roller coaster for years. Remember when they officially called it quits back in 2019? Well, what happened after that breakup had folks raising eyebrows sky high. According to Birdman, by the time 2023 rolled around, Toni started creeping back into his life, sliding into his messages, dropping little flirty hints, and letting him know loud and clear that she was still interested. She allegedly wanted another spin around the block with the Birdman himself. What happened to that boy? Suddenly had a whole new meaning. Birdman said, at first he wasn't having it. He'd moved on, focusing on his own life and staying low-key. But Toni wasn't giving up. She kept showing up, texting, calling, sending sweet reminders of their old love, trying to melt his heart all over again. And little by little, it worked. Those old feelings Birdman swore were gone, yeah, they came back full force. Before long, the two were back together like nothing ever happened. They rekindled that spark, and after dating again for about a year, they finally tied the knot on August 8th, 2024. But then, out of nowhere, Toni hit him with divorce papers. Fans were left stunned. Like, didn't she just fight to get him back? At the time, nobody had the full scoop, so people started speculating hard. Rumors flew that maybe she was chasing that Birdman money, especially since she'd been facing some serious financial struggles lately. The whole situation had everyone talking. Was it love, revenge, or something else entirely? Whatever it was, that sudden split after all the effort Toni made just didn't add up, and folks wanted answers. Fast. The drama only got deeper when rumors hit that Toni allegedly tried to walk away from Birdman with a $160 million divorce payout after being married for less than a month. And when I tell you fans were shook, I mean jaws dropped everywhere. The internet exploded with people debating if that number was justified or just straight up wild. Some said, hey, she's Toni Braxton, she earned it, while others dragged her for even asking. The whole thing got so messy that even 50 Cent jumped in on Instagram, throwing shade and stirring the pot like only he can. He posted, now watch, women are gonna say, well, if you stuck around for 16 years, you'd want to be paid for it too. That comment had everyone laughing and arguing at the same time. At that moment, people started labeling Toni a gold digger, saying she was trying to cash out big time. But now that more details have come out about Birdman supposedly wanting to walk away because of her so-called BBL gone wrong, it paints a whole different picture. Maybe that massive dollar demand wasn't greed, maybe it was pure hurt and humiliation. If there's any truth to it, Toni might have been lashing out from embarrassment, throwing out that wild number just to flip the script and save face. But once the storm settled and her emotions cooled down, she ended up calling off the divorce completely. An insider even spilled that Toni allegedly filed those papers first because she knew Birdman was planning to do it himself. She just wanted to make it look like it was her choice, not his. She didn't want to be the one left behind, especially not after a marriage that lasted only 2 days. I mean, that's not exactly a flex, right? Luckily, they reportedly worked things out, patched up the mess, and tried to move forward together. And rumor has it, she might have gotten some medical help to fix those issues Tamar kept blasting her for. So let's just say Toni's feeling fresh again and ready to reclaim her crown. Now, we probably never would have found out half this mess if Tamar and Toni hadn't gone at each other's throats like this. But wait a second, y'all thought the drama was done? Oh no, it's just getting started. Cause Toni ain't one to take hits without throwing a few of her own. According to insiders, Toni clapped back hard, and she did it by calling out Tamar's own messy love life with her ex-fiance, JR. And let me tell you, when Toni fired that shot, she hit dead center. Because not too long ago, Tamar herself spilled the tea, admitting that JR had been cheating on her and allegedly stole her jewelry to give to his side chick. Can you imagine? That's wild. And if that wasn't enough, rumors started flying that JR was out here doing the most with none other than Tommy Lee. Yes, Tommy Lee from Love and Hip Hop. Reports claimed that he even, well, ate the groceries while still with Tamar. And Tommy didn't even deny it. She was out here bragging about it. She said she didn't get rid of them hoes for Tamar, basically rubbing salt right in the wound. But here's the kicker. Tommy also revealed that JR had been out here spilling all of Tamar's business to her, like full-on gossip mode. How messy is that? The whole thing blew up online, and everyone was clowning Tamar, saying, "Girl, how did you let this man play you like that?" People were shocked that JR did all this just 1 week after meeting Tommy, knowing full well that she and Tamar had bad blood. He still went ahead and betrayed her like that, just to get petty revenge. Now, any sane person would have dropped him right then and there, but not Tamar. She stayed, arguing, crying, and defending him, even when everyone told her to walk away. And that's exactly what Toni used to clap back. She basically said, "Sis, don't come for my BBL when your man's out here eating somebody else's groceries." Whew. The shade was heavy, and the internet lost it. But baby, if you thought that was the end of it, buckle up. Cause the Braxton storm was just warming up. After Toni's savage clapback about JR and all that groceries drama, Tamar went off. She jumped online throwing subliminals, acting unbothered, but clearly heated. Fans could tell she was fuming behind that filter-perfect smile. And you know Tamar, she doesn't know how to keep quiet when she feels attacked. She started posting little quotes about fake sisters and snakes smiling in your face, and everybody instantly knew who she was talking about. It wasn't hard to connect the dots. It was Toni, all day long. Meanwhile, insiders were whispering that Toni was over it, like she'd reached her breaking point. Allegedly, she told close friends she was done protecting Tamar and was ready to let the world see who she really is. That alone sent fans into chaos, with people wondering what Toni's been holding back all these years. What else does she know? Then, to make it even juicier, one of Tamar's old live streams resurfaced, and in it, she was low-key shading Toni's voice, saying it ain't what it used to be, and that the real talent in the family is gone. Oof! Talk about low blows. Fans were like, "Tamar, no you didn't." Now both fan bases, the Tamarites and the Toni lovers, are going at it online, defending their faves like it's a full-blown Braxton war. Some are calling Tamar a jealous little sister, while others claim Toni's the cold, calculated diva who's been playing victim for years. The whole internet's split, and every day there's a new post, a new shade, a new rumor. At this point, people aren't even sure if this is real-life drama or the wildest PR move ever. Either way, it's working. The Braxtons got everybody talking, and no one's looking away. One thing's for sure, this sister feud has crossed every line, and it's only getting nastier from here. Stay tuned, cause you already know there's more tea brewing behind the scenes. So Tamar kept doing her own thing with her man, even though the internet was screaming that JR was everybody's man. Man, and sure enough, karma came spinning right back around. JR ended up dumping her and had her out here crashing and crying all over Beyonce's internet, messy and heartbroken for the whole world to see. For a while, people moved on and forgot all about it, until Toni brought it right back with a slick, "Isn't this you?" moment. Whew, the shade. She used Tamar's own situation as ammo after Tamar tried to come for her marriage again. You could almost hear the mic drop through the screen. But here's the thing. This Braxton drama didn't cool down after that. Oh no, baby. Tamar just pulled the ultimate family sabotage, and Toni's not about to let that slide one bit. Insiders say the tension between them is boiling, with both sisters ready to throw the next punch. Verbally, of course. Now the real question everybody's asking is, how far are these sisters gonna go before somebody finally snaps? Because if the tea keeps spilling like this, it's not just gonna stay on TV, it's about to get real and personal. Like, family secrets hit the internet kind of messy. And honestly, nobody saw it spiraling this far. But at this point, the Braxton feud has turned into its own reality show without cameras. Every time you think it's over, one of them drops another bomb and the internet loses its mind all over again. Ain't no drama like family drama, and these Braxton sisters prove it every single time. Whatever happens next, you can bet it's gonna leave everybody shook, talking and waiting for the next explosion. Because the Braxtons, oh baby, they stay on. For all the latest twists, betrayals, and sister shade, make sure you subscribe to the JuicyReel channel. Cause when the Braxtons bring the chaos, you know we're spilling every last drop of tea.
Are you guys a couple?
Well, T, that's my girl, my friend, my family.
Do you have sex?
That's my love, my soldier, my life. She my everything, and I trust her.
Because you bought her a Bentley truck.
Yes.
So the implication is that's your girlfriend.
She's my life.
From secret weddings to sudden breakups, and from shady denials to mysteriously missing jewelry, Toni Braxton and Birdman's relationship has been a wild ride, more twisted than a Six Flags roller coaster.
Saying, you know, Birdman doesn't know if he's a blood or a Crip, or this, you know, this gay thing and that gay thing.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
He was saying that you was gay.
Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm a straight gangster, man. That nigga been in my hood. He know what's happening with me. You hear me? Nigga know what's happening with me, man. Google me, man. Call anything in the 504 and ask about me. Google me, man. Watch what come up. Yeah. Straight Jeep.
This love story has had everything. Passion, confusion, and a touch of chaos. And today, we're diving deep into this hot, tangled mess. Back in 2001, Toni tied the knot with Carrie Lewis from mint condition. Things seemed picture perfect at first. The music, the fame, the love, but it didn't take long for cracks to show. Then, just a year later, in 2002, she crossed paths with
Traci is the one who said to me, Toni, you know, when you make it, you can help us come on. So I always try to abide that. But the responsibility of it is so heavy for me. I feel I can never live my life, and I never used to say it. I never used to say anything to anybody, but since we've been doing this show, I've been saying.
None other than Brian Birdman Williams, the big boss of Cash Money Records. That meeting right there, it changed everything. Sparks flew, rumors started swirling, and the industry began whispering about this unexpected duel. And baby, from that moment on, nothing was ever the same. Who is this mystery man, you ask? None other than Birdman, the co-founder of Cash Money Records, the same powerhouse label.
Like a lot of people don't understand, my second bankruptcy is because I was sick. I have lupus, and my show in Vegas got canceled.
And the insurance wouldn't cover it.
The insurance didn't cover it, so I had to pay myself.
Right. That's a lot. That was a lot of money.
It was a lot of money. But you don't understand. If you see a concert, you see the lights, you see the band on stage, artist pays hotel rooms, and salary. So then you have nothing.
That dropped the iconic hit, Baby, You Can Do It. And if you've seen that music video, then you already know. The chemistry between Toni and Birdman was straight up electric. It was wild. It was magnetic. It was giving something's going on here. Vibes for sure. But of course, they swore it was all strictly professional. She was still married at the time. And Birdman, well, he was out there doing his own thing. And only God knows what that was. Out here locking lips with Lil Wayne on camera like it was nothing. What in the Damon and Marlon Wayans parody is going on here? Toni tried to keep her personal life steady though. After having 2 beautiful children, she and Carrie Lewis decided to call it quits. The marriage was done, but they wanted to end things with class. In her memoir, which you can check out below, Toni revealed they made a pact to stay cool for the kids. They even continued living under the same Atlanta roof and promised to take one family vacation together every single year. One vacation a year with your ex. Oh, hell no. That's a plot twist nobody saw coming. Even Toni's mom was like, girl, it's time to mix it up. Maybe try dating outside your type. Basically telling her to play in the snow. But Toni wasn't ready. Her heart was still healing, and she wasn't about to rush into another messy romance just yet. Still, destiny had other plans. And Birdman wasn't exactly the kind of man who stayed in the background for long. Maybe the real reason Toni wasn't ready to date again was because she and Carrie had started sneaking around for round 2. Yep, they gave love another shot, but that spark burned out fast. After about 1.5 years, it was over for good. When the divorce papers hit, things got messy. Toni had to pay him alimony, while Carrie was ordered to drop $2,000 a month in child support. Wait a minute, alimony and child support? Girl, that's a double hit. This right here is exactly why they say, make sure he's got more money than you. Because a grown man cashing checks from a woman like Tamar Braxton, that's wild. After that fiasco, Toni decided to take her mama's advice and switch things up. She dipped her toe into new territory and started dating a white man. And by February 2012, the headlines were screaming that she was linked to none other than Eddie Murphy. Yep, that Eddie Murphy. But just when people thought this could be something real, it fizzled out quick. Fans started rooting for her and Babyface to become a thing. The chemistry was undeniable. But Toni shut it down on The Breakfast Club, saying Babyface would never see her in that light. Dang, talk about the friend zone. Then out of nowhere, she stepped out with the most unexpected man ever. Birdman! Nobody saw that coming. They hit the red carpet in 2016, and the world went silent for a second before everyone collectively screamed, wait, what? Months into dating, Birdman went full flex mode and gifted her a Bentley SUV, luxury on wheels, Bobby. By January 2018, they dropped their track, Hard Away, giving fans a musical peek into their whirlwind romance. Then boom! Just a month later, Birdman dropped down with a ring, and Toni said yes. But wait, what about Carrie? Was he back at the house popping champagne, celebrating her engagement too? Toni told E! Daily Pop that Birdman was ready to lock it down. He told her straight up to pick a wedding date ASAP because he wanted to be a married man before the year was out. But guess what? That wedding never happened. The months rolled by, then the years, and Toni kept pushing the date back over and over, blaming it on work commitments. That sounds like a polite excuse if you ask me. People started whispering that maybe she wasn't too eager to marry a man with Birdman's unique reputation. Folks joked that she didn't want to wake up next to a dude who looked like a mix between a bird and a pit bull every morning. Maybe that's why those wedding plans kept getting delayed again and again. Then came the real jaw-dropper. While flying from New York to Los Angeles on a Delta flight, Toni accidentally left her Louis Vuitton train case behind on the plane. Inside that fancy little box, her massive yellow diamond engagement ring, worth a staggering $5 million. How do you forget something like that? Who leaves a small fortune sitting in a carry-on bag? That's beyond careless. The next day, the airline found the case, but when they opened it, all the jewelry was gone. Poof! Vanished into thin air. When Birdman later sat down with Wendy Williams, he tried to play it cool. He said he wasn't even sweating the missing ring. Told her straight up he'd just buy Toni another one if he needed to. That's some serious big money talk right there. But still, that missing bling became the talk of the town, and it left a whole lot of people wondering if their relationship was starting to lose its shine too. Oh, with Lil Wayne's money that you still owe him, huh? The shade? writes itself. Then came January 2019, and boom, the drama hit social media like a storm. Toni and Birdman unfollowed each other out of nowhere, and Birdman added fuel to the fire by posting "It's over" on his Instagram story. Real dramatic energy. Folks were quick to assume the engagement was dead and gone. Birdman was out here acting emotional, like a man mid-R&B heartbreak ballad. But a few months later, he tried to clean it up, telling Wendy Williams the whole breakup was just a publicity stunt. Yeah, okay. According to a source from Hollywood Life, the couple wasn't sweating the rumors. In fact, they didn't mind the public chaos one bit. Why? Because all that buzz kept Toni's reality show, Braxton Family Values, trending again. The more people talked, the more views rolled in. A little drama for ratings never hurt, right? By April 2020, during the pandemic lockdowns, fans were still waiting for wedding bells, but nothing. Toni went on the Rick and Sasha show and admitted that she and Birdman kept going back and forth about wedding plans. They'd set dates, but things always got too big. Birdman even suggested they just do a drive-through wedding. Can you imagine Toni Braxton saying, "I do" in a car while picking up fries? No way. She shut that down quick. Years kept slipping by, and still, no wedding, no ring replacement, no nothing. Then out of nowhere, in December 2023, a messy online source claimed Toni and Birdman had finally tied the knot. Fans lost their minds, headlines were everywhere. But before anyone could celebrate, Toni jumped on Instagram and cleared it up herself. She reposted the announcement with a sharp caption that shut it all down. "My dear friend, Birdman and I are not married. Never been married." And just like that, she snatched the truth back from the rumor mill. But the damage? Oh, that was already done. "We are both single now." That's what Toni said, officially putting Birdman straight into the friend zone. By April 2024, it was crystal clear that their on-again, off-again roller coaster had finally screeched to a stop. She opened up to People magazine saying she was actually enjoying the single life. Toni said, "I'm looking forward to getting out there and dating." I mean, dating can be scary too. It can be a little bit, but a nice guy. Someone who will watch Lifetime with me all day long, or at least once in the week. Girl, you don't need a man for that. You can call your sisters for a Lifetime marathon. Her fans were split right down the middle. Half of them were celebrating, happy that Toni had finally left Birdman and his drama behind. But the other half, they weren't buying it for a second. They swore she'd be back with him before the year was over. And guess what? They might have been right, because in April 2025, TMZ dropped a bombshell. Just 4 months after that whole "I'm single and ready to mingle" interview, the outlet reported that Toni and Birdman had actually gotten married. Wait, what? I know you lying. Or maybe she's lying. Either way, somebody's out here playing with our emotions. Because just when fans started wrapping their heads around this surprise wedding news, boom, another twist hit. The happy couple didn't even last a month. According to legal documents obtained by TMZ, Toni filed for divorce a mere 2 weeks later, listing their official separation date as August 10th, 2024. 2 weeks? That's shorter than some trial subscriptions. After years of ups, downs, rumors, and million-dollar rings, it all ended in paperwork. No more maybes, no more makeups, no more mystery. Toni Braxton and Birdman's love story went from glitzy and glamorous to gone in a flash. Toni's lawyer officially called the marriage irretrievably broken, which sounded like the end of the road. But hold on tight, because it gets even messier. Somebody, please hand me my margarita. And don't forget the peach rings. You know I toss those right in the glass. It's my therapy drink for when celebrity drama gets this wild. Just when everyone thought the split was final, boom, a shocking twist dropped in January 2025. Toni suddenly dismissed the divorce petition and Birdman actually signed off on it. Wait, what? After everything, the back and forths, the emotional interviews, the $5 million ring fiasco, they're still legally married. But here's the kicker. Nobody knows what's really going on between them now. Neither one has said a word publicly, and that silence, Oh, it's loud. So here we are. Years of breakups, reconciliations, and postponed weddings. And this love story is still hanging by a thread. Considering how it all started with secret studio chemistry, flashy gifts, and rumors flying left and right, it's giving major unfinished business energy. Are we seeing red flags all over again? Or are people just jealous that Tony's still the one catching Birdman's attention while he's doing his Birdman thing? Bestie, you so messy. Someone's probably saying right now. But let's be real. This saga's too wild not to talk about. Drop your thoughts down below because this story might not be done yet. And hey, before you go, don't forget to hit that subscribe button on JuicyReel, where the tea never stops spilling and the drama's always hot. Let me tell you something, and listen close, because I've watched every Braxton show there is. I've seen the drama, the tears, the laughter, all of it. And this right here, this is just my opinion, but I think there's way more to Toni and Birdman's situation than people realize. See, Toni's been open about her lupus for years. That illness takes a real toll on the body. On top of that, she's battled heart issues that scared her fans half to death. So maybe, just maybe, she's not marrying out of romance anymore. Maybe she's thinking about security. Here's how I see it. Toni might have tied herself to Birdman because she wanted to make sure someone powerful was in charge of her estate if anything ever happened to her. Someone who could handle her finances, protect her kids, and even look after her family, her sisters, her mama, the whole Braxton crew. And let's be real. They all got money, but none of them got Birdman money. The man's pockets are deep. Like, never worry about another bill again. Deep. And you know what? Maybe this whole thing isn't about love in the traditional sense at all. Maybe it's more of a quiet arrangement, a mutual understanding between two people who know exactly what they're getting out of it. Some people might even call it a lavender marriage type of deal, a partnership built more on loyalty, protection, and power than passion. Whatever the truth is, one thing's for sure. This story is layered, and we might not ever know the full truth behind those wedding rings and business moves. Now, if that theory's true, it actually makes a lot of sense. Toni's a smart woman, and she's been through too much to let her legacy fall into chaos. She's been grinding in the music industry since the 90s, building her name brick by brick, hit after hit. So if she decided to make a business-type move with Birdman, that could have been her way of securing her empire and protecting her loved ones. Still, people can't help but whisper about the real dynamic between them, because Birdman has always been, well, mysterious. He moves like a man who's got 10 different versions of the truth. One minute, he's all about love and loyalty. The next, he's out here with cryptic posts and shady smiles. Some folks swear he's hiding something, others think he's just misunderstood. Either way, Toni's no fool. She knows what kind of man she's dealing with. And you can't deny they've always had this strange magnetic pull, like they can't fully let go of each other, no matter how many times they try. And let's not forget how this whole situation looks from the outside. Toni's fans are split down the middle. Some say she's sacrificing too much just to stay connected to him, while others think she's playing chess, not checkers. They say she's keeping her cards close, setting up her future in a way only a true diva could. Still, every time we think it's over for good, something drags them right back together. A public sighting here, a cryptic emoji there, or a casual repost that sets social media on fire. It's like they can't quit each other, no matter what. So what's next for Toni and Birdman? Another reunion? Another heartbreak? Or maybe this was the plan all along? A relationship built on secrets, survival, and just enough love to keep the world guessing. Whatever's really going on behind those designer shades, one thing's for sure. This story ain't done brewing yet. See, the truth is, Toni and Birdman have been good friends for a long time. That's why I think they kept everything low-key when they tied the knot. If they really did. They didn't want every camera flashing in their faces or social media turning it into a circus. Their bond runs deep, and they've been riding for each other through all the chaos and rumors. But here's the thing. Maybe Toni's still got that tiny voice in her head wondering if her real forever love might still be out there somewhere. Maybe she's thinking, one day I might meet a real king, or even a prince, someone I'm actually drawn to, someone I want to wake up next to every day. Still, at the same time, she knows time isn't exactly on her side anymore. She's been through heartbreak, illness, and fame. She's seen it all. So maybe she just wanted to lock something in that made sense on paper. And when I say civil, I don't mean nice, I mean legal. She might have said, you know what? Let's do this the smart way. So if anything ever happens, my kids, my estate, my legacy, all of it stays protected. It's not about romance at that point, it's about strategy. Now I can already hear folks saying she could have just set up a trust. She didn't have to marry him for that. And yeah, that's true. But who really knows what's going on behind closed doors? I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an estate planner. I'm just calling it how I see it. Maybe Toni's playing long game moves we can't even see yet. What do you think? Is this love, loyalty, or just smart business? Drop your thoughts below, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more wild celebrity tea, only on JuicyReel.
Toni, you know, when you make it, you can help us come on. So I always try to abide that. But the responsibility of it is so heavy for me. I feel I can never live my life, and I never used to say it. Like a lot of people don't understand, my second bankruptcy is because I was sick. I have lupus, and my show in Vegas got canceled.
And the insurance wouldn't cover it.
The insurance didn't cover it, so I had to pay myself. And
That's a lot. That was a lot of money.
It's a lot of money to put up a show. People don't understand this. If you see a concert, you see the lights, you see the band on stage, the artist pays for all that. The hotel rooms, the salary. So then you have nothing left over.
Remember when Tamar went so far as to block her own sister Toni on social media? Not only did it happen, but Toni didn't even realize until she tried to tag Tamar for her birthday shout out, and boom.
Are you guys a couple?
Well, T, that's my girl, my friend, my family.
Do you have sex?
That's my love, my soldier, my life. She my everything, and I trust her.
Because you bought her a Bentley truck.
Yes.
So the implication is that's your girlfriend.
She my life.
Blocked. That's cold. But insiders claim this wasn't some random petty family spat. Word on the street says Tamar had been whispering shady things about Toni behind the scenes. And all roads allegedly led right back to Birdman. Now, we're not talking about a fairy tale romance here.
Please welcome Toni Braxton.
She's so freaking mean to me. I was in shock.
Do you take responsibility for the situation that you're in right now?
100%.
100%?
100%. I couldn't believe it because I loved her so much. I admired her and looked up to her. And she pretty much reprimanded me.
I read that you were upset about stories that your overspending caused this.
She says to me, I hear you have Gucci flatware. I'm Oprah Winfrey and I don't have Gucci flatware.
First of all, I didn't know Gucci made silverware.
You ain't got Gucci flatware because you didn't want to buy it. It's not because you couldn't afford it. What did you mean? And immediately, she made me feel this big. This big. That moment completely changed my career. It made people look down.
The gossip mill was spinning with claims that Toni's marriage and even her divorce were part of a bigger strategy to lock down the bag with Birdman. People were even saying she was broke at the time, which made the story stick harder. And here's where it gets spicy. Tamar herself has been accused of being the one spreading that Toni's broke narrative in private. If that's true, blocking her sis might have been more than a clapback. It could have been Tamar throwing shade in the middle of their already messy family drama. The Braxton family has always been a roller coaster, but lately, Tamar's chaos has gone full-blown nuclear, and fans can't stop watching. Tamar didn't just block her sister. She went all the way off with a full-blown meltdown online before pulling the plug on her social media. She started firing off wild posts straight onto her ex's page, dragging her own family and calling them toxic. In one now deleted rant, she wrote, "Y'all have no idea. The gaslighting is crazy, and I'm going back into treatment. Oh my God, I just pray my marriage can be saved and my life can be spared. My family is awful. That's heavy. And just when you thought she was done, Tamar doubled down with another post, venting, I'm so mad at my life. My family is toxic. I should have never went back to BFI. Fans were shook reading those lines. It sounded like she was carrying the weight of every grudge and heartbreak at once. But Tamar wasn't stopping there. She later revealed that in the upcoming season of Braxton Family Values, she was asked to be Towanda's maid of honor. But get this, she admitted the invite felt fake as ever. And here's the kicker. Tamar spilled she wasn't even included in Towanda's bridal shower. No invite, no updates, nothing. She claimed she only got a random text a week before the wedding asking her to step in as maid of honor, almost like she was an afterthought. That's cold-blooded. Meanwhile, Towanda allegedly had Toni and Trina wrapped deep in the wedding plans, making them feel like VIPs, while Tamar says she was left standing outside the circle. For a family that built their brand on sisterhood, this is looking more like a reality show showdown, and Tamar's not afraid to call it exactly what it is: fake love. And just when you thought the Braxton drama couldn't get any hotter, Tamar claims Towanda's new husband has been talking slick about her behind the scenes. That was the final straw. Instead of swallowing her pride, Tamar decided to skip the entire wedding altogether. Bold move. Now, everyone knows Tamar and Towanda don't exactly move in harmony, but what really shocked fans was how this mess spilled onto Toni. People always assumed Tamar and Toni were the solid duo holding it down, but clearly, cracks have been showing. Reports say the tension had been brewing since last year. Even Toni herself admitted she noticed something was off when she tried to post a sweet birthday shout-out for Tamar, only to realize she was blocked. Toni even wrote, I wanted to repost that gorgeous picture of you, but I'm blocked again. Anyway, happy birthday. Tay ouch. Tamar didn't let that slide. She clapped back, calling Toni's move straight up gaslighting, and insisted that Toni could have just picked up the phone instead of making it public. To drive her point home, Tamar even leaked screenshots of their text exchange on Instagram, showing the sisters casually talking about which city they were in literally the day before. Fans were left scratching their heads. How do you go from texting like everything's cool to blocking overnight? But hold on, it gets even wilder. Whispers are floating that Tamar has been out here telling folks that Toni only got with Birdman for the money. Allegedly. If that's true, then this feud isn't just about bruised feelings. It's about money, loyalty, and the kind of betrayal that leaves scars for years. And we can't ignore the roller coaster that was Toni and Birdman's relationship. When they first went public, the two were openly talking about marriage, and fans were buzzing about the wedding that never came. Toni blamed her packed work schedule, but let's be real. If she truly wanted that ring locked down, nothing could have stopped her. And speaking of that ring, who could forget the shady saga of the missing $1 million rock? Toni claimed she lost her engagement ring after putting it in her checked luggage, saying it was stolen. But the way the story came out had everybody side-eyeing like, really? $1 million ring in checked baggage? That just didn't add up, and the streets never let it go. By 2019, the fairy tale seemed dead for good. Birdman hit Instagram with a cold, cryptic message that simply read, "It's over." Then he wiped every single photo of Toni off his page. Clean slate. No trace. Fans were left stunned, like, did we just witness the end of the saga? But Toni didn't stay silent. She clapped back with her own statement. Not with words, but with style, posting a stunning shot of herself in a fiery red gown. Her caption read, "Starting a new chapter isn't always an easy choice, but always choose to be chosen. Cheers to a new year." The energy was giving heartbreak with a side of empowerment, like she was hurt, but ready to rise again. And just when everyone thought it was really over, boom! Weeks later, Toni and Birdman shocked the entire culture by reuniting like nothing happened. 1 minute, it's heartbreak. The next, it's deja vu love. Fans couldn't keep up with this whirlwind romance. They weren't done keeping fans guessing. Out of nowhere, Toni and Birdman popped up together on stage during her Atlanta stop at the Fox Theater, and instantly the whispers of reconciliation took off again. But the Braxton-Birdman roller coaster wasn't slowing down. It was just climbing higher. By December 2023, Toni jumped online to silence the rumors, writing, "Fake news, my dear friend. Birdman and I are not married, never been married. We are both single. Case closed, or so we thought." Because the real bombshell was still loading. Fast forward, and in a jaw-dropping twist, court records surfaced showing the two actually did secretly tie the knot. The gag? They split just 48 hours later. Yup, less than 2 days of marriage before it all went up in flames. According to the documents, they tried to keep things on the low by using just their initials, TB and BW. But fans weren't fooled for a second. The paperwork exposed everything. Married on August 8th, separated on August 10th, and just 2 weeks later, Toni filed for divorce. Her lawyer didn't mince words either, bluntly stating the marriage was irretrievably broken. That sounded like the end of the line, but not with these two. In another twist, Toni dismissed the divorce in January 2025, and Birdman signed off too, which means, legally, these two are still husband and wife right now. But here's the kicker. Nobody's buying the fairy tale anymore. Behind the legal papers, the cryptic posts, and all the whispers, fans say this marriage looks more like a messy paper trail than real love. And with Toni and Birdman, every reunion feels like it's just one scandal away from collapse. Neither Toni nor Birdman has been caught wearing wedding rings. And if that wasn't telling enough, they both went as far as wiping each other completely off their Instagram feeds. Suspicious, right? That move only made the whispers louder. Fans started saying Toni only walked down the aisle for Birdman's money, and given her long documented financial troubles, a lot of people weren't exactly surprised by the theory. But let's set the record straight. Money or not, Toni Braxton is still one of the most legendary R&B voices to ever touch a mic. She's not just famous, she's iconic. Toni first broke out in the late 80s, performing with her sisters as the Braxtons, before launching her solo career in 1993 with her self-titled debut album. And when that record hit the streets, it didn't just sell, it exploded. It shot straight to #1 on the Billboard 200 and moved a jaw-dropping 10 million copies worldwide. The album gave us timeless hits like Breathe Again and Another Sad Love Song, with powerhouse producers Babyface and L.A. Reid behind her every note. Toni was unstoppable, instantly cementing her place as R&B royalty. And then came her follow-up, Secrets, which gave the world one of the most heartbreaking anthems ever recorded, Unbreak My Heart. That single alone sold 10 million copies globally and remains one of the most iconic ballads in music history. The power, the pain, the delivery, no one could touch Toni at her peak. And that's why, no matter how messy the Birdman saga gets, her legacy in music will always speak louder than the rumors. Over the years, Toni has dropped 9 studio albums, her latest arriving in 2020, and every single one proved she still had the kind of star power most artists only dream of. But here's where things take a shocking turn. Despite selling out arenas, moving millions of records, and generating more than $170 million in sales for her label, Toni's personal earnings were scraps. We're talking less than 35 cents per album in her pocket. Fans couldn't believe it. It got so bad that Toni eventually sued Arista/LaFace, demanding her fair share. But just 8 weeks after filing that lawsuit in 1998, she was forced to file for bankruptcy. And when she later spoke out, she revealed the ugly truth. Her contracts were set up so unfairly that she walked away with under $2,000 in royalties. Meanwhile, she was expected to pay the label back for everything. Clothes, travel, studio time, even her music videos. Imagine being a global superstar, your songs topping charts worldwide, and still going home with pocket change. It's mind-blowing. And that's exactly why so many people keep side-eyeing her relationship with Birdman, claiming it looked more like a business move than a love story. Because truth be told, her money struggles ran deep. At one point, Toni was even accused of secretly transferring $53,490 to her then husband, Carrie Lewis, to keep it hidden from creditors during her bankruptcy case. Whether true or not, It added another layer of suspicion to her financial roller coaster and made the whispers about Birdman's money hit even harder. All this financial drama came to a head when Toni sat down with Oprah, hoping the interview would paint her in a sympathetic light. But instead of compassion, the moment turned into pure humiliation. Toni later confessed she felt crushed, saying Oprah came across as judgmental, cold, and flat out unsympathetic. The interview that was supposed to save her image ended up wounding it even more. And just when it seemed things couldn't get heavier, Toni was hit with another devastating blow. By 2010, she had to file for bankruptcy again. This time, it wasn't just about money slipping through her fingers. Her health was collapsing too. Doctors diagnosed her with microvascular angina and later lupus, a brutal 1-2 punch that forced her to cancel her multi-million-dollar Las Vegas residency. Losing that contract was like a financial gut punch that she never fully bounced back from. But the bad luck didn't stop there. The IRS came knocking. By December 4th, 2019, Uncle Sam filed a lien against her, claiming she owed over $340,252.90 in back taxes from 2017. And just when you thought that number alone was staggering, the California Franchise Tax Board piled on days later, hitting her with another lien for $116,154.64. Add it all up, and that's nearly $500,000 in tax debt, weighing Toni down. From sold-out tours to bankruptcies, from Diamond Records to IRS liens, Toni's story is living proof that fame doesn't always mean fortune. And with Birdman tangled in her love life and money struggles in the spotlight, this saga is still unfolding, and fans can't stop watching every messy twist. By now, you'd think Toni would finally catch a break, but the spotlight never let her rest. After the tax lines and health battles, whispers started floating that she was leaning on Birdman more than ever. Some insiders even claimed their back-and-forth relationship wasn't just about love, it was survival. Fans started asking, was Birdman her safety net, or was she caught in a cycle she couldn't escape? And the headlines just kept stacking. Rumors of canceled shows, unpaid bills, and icy tension with her sisters made people wonder if the Braxton bond was permanently fractured. Tamar airing family business online didn't help either. It painted a picture of a dynasty crumbling in real time. But here's the twist. No matter how messy things get, Toni still pulls crowds. Her voice, untouchable. Her legacy, cemented. That's the part that makes all this drama so wild. How can someone so legendary be so entangled in money problems, broken promises, and roller coaster relationships? Fans say it's the ultimate cautionary tale about fame. All the glitter, but not always the gold. And with Birdman still legally tied to her on paper, the million-dollar question remains, is Toni Braxton really free to move on? Or are the two locked in a toxic contract of love and money that neither one can fully escape? Until they make it crystal clear, the culture is going to keep watching, side-eyeing, and waiting for the next shocking headline to drop. And through all of this chaos, Toni has made it clear. She's the one who had to carry her entire family on her back. She's spoken openly about being the sister who paid the bills, kept the lights on, and held the Braxton name afloat, while others barely lifted a finger. That kind of resentment doesn't just fade, it festers. And fans swear you can see the tension bleeding through every Braxton family interaction. So when people whisper that Toni may have married Birdman for financial security, honestly, the receipts make it believable. But here's the part that cuts the deepest. Why would Tamar allegedly be the one spreading that same storyline behind her sister's back? If that's true, then their sisterhood is fractured in ways the cameras can't even capture. Word on the street is Birdman himself wasn't here for the gossip and actually pulled Tamar aside to check her about running her mouth. That's a whole different level of messy. But here's the big question. With a brand new season of Braxton family values on the way, are we watching real drama, or are they stirring the pot on purpose to keep the spotlight burning? Either way, the Braxtons know how to keep the name ringing in the culture. And Toni and Birdman's saga proves that sometimes the real show isn't on stage, It's behind closed doors. Now it's your turn. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Do you think Toni's marriage to Birdman was about love, money, or survival? And don't forget, like, share, and subscribe to JuicyReel so you never miss the scandals we dig up next.
Toni. I think everybody was shocked when we found out that these two actually got married. I know, like, there's a lot of things we will do in order to pay our bills, but I never thought the relationship between Toni and Birdman was genuine. I just knew that he was just willing to go broke behind her. It just never fit. And so apparently in August of last year in 2024, they had a secret wedding. Finally got married in secret, even though everything else was public. And then she went and tried to annul the marriage 2 weeks later because she realized.
Listen up, this situation is straight up wild. This might be one of those rare moments when Tasha K actually makes total sense because honestly, this whole relationship is beyond confusing. Toni Braxton, yes, the living legend herself, went and married Birdman, only to file for divorce just 2 days later. 2 days, that's not love, that's a headline explosion. Toni, a woman who built her career on grace and control, somehow got caught up in a whirlwind that looks more like a business deal gone wrong than a romance. Birdman, on the other hand, has been dragging his feet for years, over 6 years of we'll get married soon, while Toni waited like a queen, keeping her patience in check.
For 16 years.
I know you had a song like 15 years ago.
Yeah,
too,
we've
right?
been like besties for a long time.
People always say that. But
No, this is real. Like no cross the line.
Besties, like you always kept in touch and you always talked.
We would keep in touch. He would come see me when I had my plays, when I had my baby shower. He would come. Like we were really friends.
She played her hand carefully, never showing all her cards. And when that ring finally came, she made sure it counted. Now here's the kicker. Rumors say Birdman's about to take a major hit from that $160 million fortune of his.
You was at the awards last night.
Yeah, I was out there.
Working.
Doing my thizzle.
And you were with Toni, which kind of felt like some sort of announcement.
I wouldn't look at it as an announcement. Not for me, on my behalf. You know, I just wanted to come. Me and T just went to the awards, check it out. So, what's the big deal?
It is a big deal. You know why it's a big deal? Because it's Birdman and Toni Braxton. And also because we don't see you like in a relationship. We talked about this last time when you
I've always been off the radar because I think, me personally, I always felt your personal life don't have nothing to do with conflict with your entertainment.
Word on the street is Toni's walking away with a nice chunk of change and Birdman never saw it coming. That's karma with a side of paperwork. Remember when he did Lil Wayne dirty over money? Well, now it looks like the tables just turned, and Toni's the one cashing in. So what could have possibly made Toni pull that divorce trigger so fast? The story goes way deeper than it looks. Toni Braxton and Birdman weren't some random couple that popped out of nowhere.
16 November when I was on tour October, I was really sick. I don't mean kind of sick. I mean like really,
From the
really
lupus?
sick. Yeah, I had a really bad flare, and I was on tour. And every day I was on tour, he was there with me. If he left out, he would come back.
And this was before anybody knew you guys
We weren't
were
anything.
even
It was buddies. It was
Right.
nothing. Not even a day. He was my friend. And he was there. I don't know if
he
ever...
already loved you.
He's there every day taking care of you. But you know, he really was there every day. My buddy, my friend T, you all right? You good? I'm cheering good. You know, he was just there as my friend. Like cheering, I'm cheering good. Big Mama good. He was there every day for the shows. And on my off days, he would go and take care of his business, but he would follow me on the bus and just make sure I was okay. And I don't know if you've ever been really, really sick in your life and you feel kind of hopeless and you got somebody who's a friend that's there. That's kind of, it just made me see him different.
These two go way back like 20 years deep. They've been friends, but let's be real, there's no way that kind of chemistry stayed friendly all that time. Toni once claimed they didn't cross any lines before they officially started dating, but come on. The energy between them had fans raising eyebrows for years. Birdman, being the ultra-private type when it comes to his love life, shocked everyone when rumors started flying in 2016 that they were officially together. Then came whispers in 2017 that they'd secretly eloped. The internet was on fire. Of course, both Toni and Birdman denied everything. They said they were just hanging out, keeping it cool and chill. Yeah, right. That's the same line people drop when they're trying to downplay something real. But then, things got juicier. A blind item popped up online claiming that a former A-list aging singer from a famous singing family had dumped her long-term man because she needed to handle her family's financial mess and cover her massive debts. Sound familiar? Fans were convinced that Blind Item was about Toni. The clues were all there. And if that's true, this friendship might have had a lot more to do with survival than romance. So instead of chasing love, people started saying Toni made a deal with the highest bidder, and that bidder was Birdman, a man already living like every day could be his last. He's got enemies, business rivals, and a rep that follows him everywhere. For Toni, that theory made sense to a lot of folks. Remember, she filed for her second bankruptcy back in 2010 after having to cancel her Las Vegas residency while battling lupus. Her body was shutting down and the bills were piling up fast. Toni's been open about how tough that period was. She said her family leaned on her heavy, expecting her to be the one holding it all together, the superstar sister who paid everyone's way. That pressure alone can break anyone. But when Birdman came along, he made her feel something different, safe. She said, "It's comforting to have someone tell you it's okay to be ill, that you don't have to be Wonder Woman all the time." That hit deep. Living with lupus is exhausting, physically, mentally, emotionally. Toni admitted there were moments she felt like a burden, like she had to fake being fine, but with Birdman, she didn't have to put on that act. She could just be herself. She said, "I've always had issues dating because I was ashamed to have lupus and felt like no one would want to take care of a woman with lupus." That confession showed just how real her pain was. Behind all the fame, Toni was just trying to find peace. Toni once said, "I was insecure with him. I can be comfortable with a little hat or scully on, some lipstick and mascara, but I can just let my hair down a little bit and it feels great." That line showed how real it got between them. She finally felt free, not like the glamorous diva everyone expected, but just Toni. And it looked like Birdman felt the same way. He went all in and popped the question, and he didn't do it halfway either. Toni showed off that massive ring on social media, and people lost their minds. You could see that diamond shining from across the street. Birdman reportedly dropped a cool $1 million on it. He even went on the Wendy Williams show and called her his family, sounding like a man head over heels. But if it was all love and diamonds, why didn't the wedding ever happen? Toni told Wendy she was so excited to get married again and said they even had a date planned, until family drama blew the whole thing up. She hinted that the tension behind the scenes made it impossible to move forward, and every time they tried to reset, something else came up. They pushed the wedding back again and again until the whole idea just vanished. Birdman, though, was serious. He wasn't playing around, but with all that money, pressure, and family interference, it seemed like love got lost in the chaos. If it were up to Birdman, that wedding would have happened right then and there. He was ready. But things took a strange turn when Toni revealed that her $1 million engagement ring had been stolen. She claimed she accidentally left it inside her luggage while flying and somehow it vanished. A whole $1 million gone just like that? Something about that story had people side-eyeing hard. Because who forgets a ring that size in a suitcase? Not long after that, everything fell apart. Toni and Birdman announced they were calling it quits, leaving fans stunned. Rumors immediately started swirling that maybe they had already tied the knot in secret and just kept it under wraps, but Toni shut that down fast. She said loud and clear that they never got married, period. After the split, Toni dropped a picture of herself in a stunning red dress looking every bit the comeback queen. The caption read, "Starting a new chapter isn't always an easy choice, but always choose to be chosen Hugh." That line had people talking. Was she throwing subtle shade at Birdman? Even though she tried to make the breakup look graceful, insiders said it was far from peaceful. Word on the street was that Toni wasn't Birdman's only woman, not by a long shot. Allegedly, he'd been entertaining other women way before Toni ever came into the picture, and once she found out, things got messy fast. Now here's where the story really starts spinning out of control. Word is Birdman was secretly dating Kimora Lee the entire time. Not only that, he was still funding her luxurious lifestyle even after Toni entered the picture. And get this, Birdman once publicly called Kimora the love of his life and said he was grateful for everything she'd done for him. Wait, what? So Kimora's the love of his life, but Toni's his family and soldier? That's some emotional gymnastics right there. That double life was the exact drama tearing things apart between Toni and Birdman. Even when they reunited on stage at Toni's Atlanta concert, the tension was thick. Kimora was reportedly in the wings that night, still calling the shots, still holding his attention. Insiders claim Birdman couldn't say no to her, and Kimora didn't even want him publicly. She allegedly thought he wasn't a good look for her image, especially in the high-end fashion world she floats in. So when Toni and Birdman finally decided to go through with the wedding last year, you'd think he'd at least show up for his bride on time, right? Nope. Word has it Birdman rolled in late and dipped out early, using the excuse that he had to help someone with something. That someone, allegedly Kimora Lee. Imagine being the bride and realizing your man just left the ceremony to chase after another woman. That's not just cold, that's ice. And would you believe it? Birdman didn't even apologize to Toni for dipping out of his own wedding early. Not a word, not a sorry, nothing. Like, what was Toni even doing caught up in this circus? This kind of drama was the last thing anyone expected from her, especially at this point in her life and career. Toni Braxton, an icon, a legend, getting dragged into messy love games with Birdman? It felt unreal. But Toni clearly had her limits. She played it cool, stayed long enough to secure her peace and that paycheck, then filed those divorce papers when she was good and ready. According to reports, they didn't even use their full names, just their initials. TB and BW. Talk about keeping it private. The document simply said their marriage was irretrievably broken. That's cold but clean. Both Toni and Birdman made sure no extra tea spilled, no interviews, no explanations, just silence. But the clues were all there. No wedding rings, no joint appearances, and both of them wiped each other clean off their socials like it never happened. That's how you know it's really over. When the news hit, the internet went wild. Fans couldn't believe Toni stayed in that chaos for as long as she did, even though she walked away with a hefty check. Some said she played the game smart. Others said she lost herself in the drama. But either way, Toni Braxton walked out richer, wiser, and done for good. But even after the dust settled, whispers kept swirling like smoke. People weren't done talking about Toni and Birdman's roller coaster love story. Some fans started wondering if this whole thing was more of a strategic alliance than a real romance. Think about it. Birdman got clout and credibility from being linked to a Grammy-winning icon, while Toni got financial security and the kind of attention that keeps a legend's name trending again. That's not love, that's business with a side of drama. And here's where things get even messier. Insiders claim Toni had started to realize Birdman's world came with too many strings attached, from street business rumors to complicated exes and financial drama. She didn't want her name tied up in that chaos anymore, especially after spending years rebuilding her image and career. Plus, with her health challenges, the stress wasn't worth it. She needed peace, not pressure. Birdman, though, seemed unfazed. He's been seen out living it up. Fancy cars, private jets, and new women by his side, while Toni's been focusing on her health, her music, and keeping her energy clear. She's posted a few cryptic messages lately hinting that she's happier without the weight of a toxic relationship. Now fans are split, and some say Toni outsmarted the game and walked away with her dignity and some serious money, while others think she let her guard down for the wrong man. Either way, this breakup turned into one of the juiciest stories in R&B history, and people still can't stop watching to see what she does next. Stay tuned. And don't forget to subscribe to JuicyReel for more celebrity chaos and exclusive updates that'll have you saying, no way that really happened. Since the split, Toni's been moving quiet, but make no mistake, she's been glowing. Her performances are back, her confidence is louder than ever, and she's serving looks that scream unbothered and unstoppable. Meanwhile, Birdman's been out here pretending like nothing happened, flexing his lifestyle online like he didn't just lose one of the most iconic women in R&B. The internet hasn't forgotten, though. Fans keep dragging him in the comments saying he fumbled a living legend. But here's the real kicker. Sources close to Toni say she's finally focusing on herself, her peace, and her purpose. She's been working on new music, pouring all that heartbreak into her art, and it's giving the world that classic Braxton soul we've been missing. Some even say her next album might spill a little tea about the relationship, not directly, but with lyrics sharp enough to cut glass. And while Birdman might be trying to move on, insiders claim he's been reaching out, trying to check in with Toni. But she's not picking up that call. She's done. Toni's living proof that sometimes walking away is the biggest win of all. This saga's got everything. Love, money, betrayal, power, and it's clear Toni came out stronger than ever. She turned heartbreak into a headline, then flipped it into healing. Now that's how a queen moves. If you've been hooked on this story like the rest of us, don't miss a single update. Hit subscribe on JuicyReel and keep that tea hot because the next twist might be just around the corner. But hold on. Just when everyone thought the Toni and Birdman saga was finally over, new whispers started creeping through the internet. Some insiders are now saying the two might not be as done as they want people to believe. Word on the street is Birdman's been sending flowers, expensive gifts, and sweet little messages trying to win Toni back. Can you imagine? After everything that went down, the missed wedding, the rumors, the late-night drama, he's suddenly remembering what he lost. But Toni's been staying strong. She's not falling for the same story twice. Those close to her say she's got her eyes on the future, and it doesn't include any man who made her question her worth. Instead, she's been putting her energy into her family, her health, and her career, building everything back on her terms. Fans love seeing her in this new light, confident, powerful, and completely in control. Still, that hasn't stopped Birdman from trying to keep her name in his orbit. He's been hinting in interviews that he'll always love her, but Toni's silence says everything. No subtweets, no shade, just pure focus. That's boss energy. And honestly, this story might go down as one of the wildest chapters in R&B history, full of love, lies, luxury, and lessons learned. Whether Birdman ever gets another chance or not, one thing's for sure. Toni Braxton walked away shining brighter than ever. Toni Braxton and Birdman as a couple will forever be one of the wildest celebrity pairings the world's ever seen. Seriously, it still doesn't sound real. The idea that Toni Braxton, the timeless R&B icon, actually gave Birdman a shot had everyone's jaws on the floor. And then for her to turn around and file for divorce just 2 weeks after saying I do, that's not just shocking, that's straight up unbelievable. People are still out here debating whether it was real love, a PR move, or just a high-stakes power game gone wrong. Either way, it gave us one of the craziest plot twists in celebrity history. Imagine, the queen of soulful heartbreak ballads caught up in a whirlwind marriage with a rap mogul whose life is pure chaos. Only in Hollywood could something like this happen. But what do you think really went down between Toni and Birdman? Was it passion, business, or just a bad decision that spiraled out of control? Drop your thoughts down below. We want to hear every theory. And hey, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on those notifications. Because JuicyReel has more wild celebrity stories coming your way that'll have you screaming, no way that happened. See you in the next video, where the tea's always hot and the stories just keep getting crazier.
Guys, a demon just spoke through Toni Braxton, and I'm shook.
Okay, I gotta call you back. I'm about to have Bible study.
Why?
Cause I'm saved. About
Well, not church.
Just my
Holy-
faith.
yeah,
Because
right.
I'm a person that don't go to church.
Right.
You know?
Guys, a demon just spoke through Toni Braxton, and I'm shook.
The Braxton family always appeared like this flawless, picture-perfect squad. Same voices, same smiles, same shiny TV moments. Like everything was always sweet. But behind those bright lights was a storm nobody on the outside ever imagined. And now, Tamar Braxton is finally pulling that curtain wide open, letting people see the real mess hiding underneath. Tamar has been dropping hints for months, acting like something wasn't sitting right in that family circle. But this new reveal, it hits different. She's not holding anything back anymore. No soft filters, no cute edits, no Hollywood script.
Read the word. Because it's important to know the word. How else we gonna battle all these demons and witchcraft? How else you gonna do it?
There are other books.
Girl, get off of my phone, girlfriend. Get off of my phone. I'll call you back.
I mean, that book was written by racist white.
Girl, goodbye, girl. I'll call you in an hour.
She's talking about how fame didn't just shift things for the Braxtons, it straight up cracked their bond. And right in the middle of this whole story is Traci Braxton, the sister many fans felt got pushed to the back while Toni Braxton kept moving up the industry ladder. People always whispered about it, but now Tamar is spelling it out loud and clear. For years, Toni Braxton was seen as the powerhouse, the superstar whose success opened doors for everybody else. She had the voice, the look, the awards, the presence, everything that made her the one the industry wanted to spotlight. And let's be real, the music world only ever tries to crown one main star at a time. But Tamar is saying this shine came with shadows. Shadows that hit her sisters in ways the public never saw. She's claiming the family wasn't standing shoulder to shoulder like fans believed. She's calling out how certain people got pushed to the side while others got lifted up. And she's telling it all with zero fear. Everything she's dropping right now has people looking at the Braxtons in a whole new way. This isn't just family drama. This is decades of silence cracking open. But while Toni was climbing toward global fame, her sisters, especially Traci, were stuck fighting a quiet battle that nobody around them seemed to take seriously. They were struggling in the shadows while the spotlight kept drifting farther away. Now, Tamar is blasting the truth wide open, claiming there were decisions made behind closed doors that didn't just hurt Traci. They pushed her right out of the picture. And according to Tamar, that moment left a mark on Traci that she never fully healed from. It wasn't some small disagreement. It was a hit that changed her whole path. Even when the cameras were rolling and fans tried to read between the lines, everybody could sense something was off. You could feel the tension, even when the family tried to smile through it. But Tamar is revealing something way deeper, something that makes it sound like Traci was pushed aside emotionally, professionally, and personally so that Toni's star could keep glowing without interruption. And the way Tamar is talking about it now feels different. It's not messy drama, it's not attention hunting, no shade for the internet. It sounds like she's finally grieving a truth she tried to bury for years. She's been speaking on interviews and live streams, dropping comments that had fans stunned, making people say things like, yo, maybe the Braxton story wasn't as tight as it looked. People are starting to realize this wasn't a sweet sisterhood fairy tale. It might have been a survival story inside an industry that only lets one person shine at a time. Tamar is hinting that the sisters weren't walking step for step together. Some were getting held back while others got pushed forward. And she's saying all this like she's finally tired of carrying the weight of silence. This whole situation has fans looking at the Braxton legacy with brand new eyes. Every word Tamar drops hits harder than the last. What made Traci's situation hit even harder was the timing. When the Braxton sisters finally got their first real shot as a group, Traci was more than ready. She had the voice, the energy, the stage presence, everything needed to stand front and center. But the label stepped in and decided they wanted the sisters, just not her. Traci was expecting a child at the time, and the executives flipped that into the perfect excuse to cut her out of the deal. That one decision didn't only flip Traci's career, it changed the whole direction of her life. And Tamar is saying the family went along with it because everyone thought Toni's success was going to open doors for the rest of them later on. But that future lane never came for Traci. Instead, she ended up pushed deep into the background while Toni became the main face of the family and the whole industry machine started moving in her direction. And the situation wasn't just about fame. It was about money, power, and how the entertainment world loves building everything around one chosen one. Tamar hinted that the people running things around Toni made it clear the Braxton brand had to be centered on one star if they wanted the big push. And when a system works like that, somebody always ends up left standing outside the circle. Tamar's words make it sound like Traci got caught in the middle of pressure she never asked for. While the industry locked in on Toni, Traci was stuck fighting for space that never opened up. Fans are now looking back at old moments with fresh eyes, realizing this wasn't just a career setback. It was a long-term wound that changed everything for her. Every detail Tamar shares paints the picture bigger, louder, and more heartbreaking. The story hits different when you realize how easily one choice behind closed doors can change a whole life. Tamar never said the word sacrifice, but she didn't need to.